Well, hello everyone. How are you guys doing? Thanks for joining today. It's Please first of all put a one in the chat if you can hear and see me correctly. Let me just pull up the chat real quick. Hello. Good morning. It's it's 8 a.m. here in LA. It's cold today. Where are you from? Let me know. Awesome. One in the chat. Fantastic. Glad that you can hear me. Put the one or let me know where you're from, where you're calling, where you're joining from. It's 8 a.m. in LA. I'd love to know what time's Italy. Italy is gonna be like 5 p.m., right? California, awesome. Yeah, 5 p.m. There you go. Jeff, Iceland, awesome. Thank you so much for joining. Different parts of the world. It's beautiful. It's a small little group today. I love it. I love small rooms. Give us a chance to connect a little bit better and ask questions. And we've got more time to talk and discuss. Fantastic. Awesome. Georgia. Fantastic. We've got people from Florida. India, nice, 9 p.m. All right, hey, thanks so much for joining, everyone. We've got people from all around the world, even though it's a small little room today. Thanks again for joining. Let's get started. The Just a couple of things. First, we're going to get started. Mics are muted because we are, it's a small group. There's still 40 people, just to make sure that there's not any background room. If you've got any questions, please feel free to post them in the chat. I'm gonna be answering questions several times during the meeting, especially towards the end. And that's it. Let's get started. You all ready? All right, let's go. Gonna move this slightly off the screen here. And
Hey, Mark, sorry to
yes,
interrupt.
yeah.
There are some lines in your screen, like I think maybe it's OBS
Oh,
or something
yes,
like that.
yes. You're right. Give me just one sec.
Yeah, that's right.
There you go. There you go. Thank you. Like that. Okay. Thank you for that. All right. So cool. So the thing with the about music composition or music or composing music is that it's not about applying this one formula and it always works, right? There's small little nuances that make the whole thing work or that makes a bigger difference. Also, composing is a lifelong journey. So in this class today is not going to be about learning this one composing technique. This class is about teaching the best practices to learn music composition fast, so you enjoy the process and so you learn fast and efficiently. And today we're going to be learning the frameworks. I'm going to be showing you the framework so you can faster advance in your composing journey. Also, in this class, I'm going to be doing some live composing because I want you to see the process in real world context. So what I'm going to be doing is, number one, sharing learning frameworks and so you can learn faster. Number two, I'll be composing live so I can explain you what I do and why I do it so you can model what works. All right. So with that, let's get started. And here we go. Welcome to this training where you're going to learn the best ways to learn music composition, so it takes weeks instead of years, so to speak. I'll explain you how I went from struggling to best student in my class and start working in movies years after. Not, it actually was the last year of my studying at USC. And when I actually finally stopped focusing on, area by area, kind of like harmony, orchestration, music theory, took a different approach and everything changed for me. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. It has to do with modeling. And I'll show you the frameworks that I use, not just to learn faster, but also having fun in the process. Because this is what it is. At the end of the day, it's about having fun and less complicated theory. And by the way, as it says here, these are frameworks that we've used in cinematic composing. We've enrolled over 15,000 students. We're close to 16,000 students at the moment. Crazy. But I'm just saying this not to brag, just to prove these frameworks useful. Anyway, with that, let's go. Okay, so also during the class I'll give you the password. We've talked about this in the school group and in the communication over email, but you've got access to this PDF. You've got the link to download the PDF, but the PDF is encrypted. I'll share the password to unlock the PDF today during the class. It's gonna be towards the end during the Q&A. I'm gonna share it verbally, so pay attention. Also, for those joining today on YouTube, Facebook, maybe on Instagram, if you are. I don't know how many of you are there at the moment. I'm not monitoring, but the team is monitoring. Feel free to join on Zoom if you want to join on Zoom. Just go to cinematicComposing.com/Zoom. Cool thing about this that you can ask questions directly here in the chat, and we're gonna be answering. We're gonna have a cool small Q&A section at the end. So if you want to join, just go to cinematiccomposing.com/Zoom. All right. So just to clarify, going back to the class, we are not teaching composition per se. We're going to be learning composition, but we are learning the best way to learn music composition. It's a little bit meta, right? But we're going to learn how to learn in a way. Why? Because music composition can be so easy, right? And not everyone, but many people overcomplicate this. But in this class, you'll see how easy and fun it can be. Now, we've got a problem. So we're gonna learn music composition. When you see what we're gonna be talking about, it's like, oh, this is so simple. It makes so much more sense. It's not like everything's gonna change, but you're gonna learn a couple of frameworks that are gonna change the way you see things when it comes to learning music composition. Way easy. It'll make so much sense. But it's still, and you're gonna be like, this is cool, this is awesome, it feels much easier, and it feels like I have a deeper understanding right now. But one thing is learn to compose, and the other thing is composing music that sounds pro. I'm talking about, being able to compose and compose something that sounds okay, versus something that sounds freaking awesome, like something that's like, whoa, this is straight out of a movie, right? Two completely different sets of skills, right? The composing and the production, the composing and sounds, composing and mixing, mastering, right? Well, both necessary, right? We need to be as composed, like, one of the biggest mistakes that we do as composer or beginner composers, focusing too much on the music and not enough on the sound. And these days, production value, meaning how your music sounds, is more important than the actual notes for your clients many times. So it's just the way it is. So in this class, you'll also learn how to make your music sound pro. Now, here's my desired outcome for those of you watching today. My goal for you, from my heart of hearts, is that you love the music that you compose and that you have fun during the process. Because sometimes composing can be a little bit of a fight and a struggle. How many of you have been there? And there's always going to be a little bit of that. But I want for you to learn this framework so you love, the not just the music that you compose, but you love the process and have fun during the process as much as possible. Okay. So in other words, that you love the process of learning music composition, because as we said at the beginning, it is a lifelong journey, right? And I want you to make composing, in creating part of your life. Some of us are here as, full-time composers. Some of us are more like part-time composer, where we've got this, day job, we've got family, and we do a little bit of composing as well because, as a hobby, we love it, right? I just want you to make it a part of your life, whether you are, spending 8 hours a day or 2 hours a week. To make it part of your life and part of your day to day, so that you always want to sit down to work on a cue or a song or a soundtrack. And now, once in a while, and this not always happens, but once in a while you look back and like, wow, I'm so proud of this one, right? This cue, this song that I composed. You can look back and you're like, I'm so proud of this one, right? And this is the one that you have in your demo reel, or that you publish out there on YouTube, or that it got, synced with a movie, or it's part of a soundtrack, and this one, you're very proud of this one, all right? One of the most rewarding things as a composer, as creators, as artists, right, is when a stranger will reach out to complement your music, right? And that's what I want for you. But not just that, I want you to get there while you love and enjoy the process. Now, I know that many of you want that. It's like, yeah, this makes sense. That's what I'm here. That's what I want. But sometimes your own beliefs and ideas get in the way, right? And the main reason why people fail in composition is not because lack of a skill, it's because it takes time, it takes years, and along the way there are these limiting beliefs that sometimes will stop or will add roadblocks to that journey into becoming a composer. Those are false beliefs that you believe, or that we believe, and that stop us from getting to our goals, right? This is not the main part of the class, but this is important. And so I just wanted to address them real quick. So number one, these are false beliefs and myths. Not true. Let's talk about them one by one. The first myth is that, well, I need to I need to know, I need to learn first music theory, right? I need to understand all the music theory in the world, that I have to be a master at orchestration, harmony, counterpoint, whatever, right? This is not true, right? You do not need to know all these things. You'll pick up some of this stuff over time, obviously, but there's so much music that you can start composing right now. That's super easy and doesn't require any fancy techniques. So that's first. Second is this, right? It's the myth that you need an expensive studio, expensive gear, expensive libraries, or lots of them, right, to be able to compose high quality music. Again, not true. Number one, sample libraries are more affordable than ever, right? Like these days for $9.99 a month, you can have all the sounds that you want, right? There's many subscriptions out there that offer that kind of deal, right? Or for this is Black Friday right now. You can with a few $100 with a few $100 you can get the most important sounds that you need in your orchestral palette, right? So more affordable than ever. They sound amazing, better than ever. They're easier to use, easier than ever, and it's becoming easier and easier. And there are even some free libraries that sound outstanding, right? But what about the gear, right? I need gear, I need all that stuff, right? Well, computers are more powerful and more affordable than ever. That's a fact, right? Just the new uh Mac Mini M4. That thing is a beast at a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the price that it would take to have that kind of power just 4 years ago, 8 years ago, right? On top of that, it's just mini, right? And so anyway, computers are more powerful than ever, and you don't really need any outboard gear other than headphones and things like this, because nowadays everything happens in the box, in the computer. This is all you need to start composing, right? Laptop, keyboard, headphones, rock and roll. The third myth is that we need this, right? You need to have a massive template, because we've seen such and such composer posting it on social media, and you're like, oh my gosh, I need an orchestral template, right? So I can put my hands on the keyboard and start composing, right? I need all these sounds ready. And on top of that, I need, this professional backend that mixes my music. Now, all you really need to start, especially if you're starting out, is just a few good setup tracks and a good back end that mixes your music, and you're good to go, right? It's easy to set up. I'll show you why during this class. I'll show you how during this class. Okay. Now, I'm guessing that for a lot of you, this is probably not the first class about this topic, right? It's not your first attempt at this. Maybe you are here because you're stuck somewhere. Maybe your music doesn't sound cinematic, or maybe you can compose music, but you always struggle with technical overwhelm, or got technical roadblocks here and there, right? Or maybe you compose slow, right? It feels like you're always searching, like always experimenting. You can hear the sound in your head, but from your head, the sequencer takes experimenting, and that makes you compose slow. Or maybe the production value of your music is not there. Whatever it is, don't worry. It's normal. It's not your fault. There's a lot of information out there, and it can be confusing at the beginning. Like many times, information overload keeps you from success. That's okay. If you think that you're not cut for this, or that this is too complicated, or that you don't have time, right? I'm busy, got kids, got my day job, or that it's too difficult or too hard. I just wanted right now to put those fears to rest. You can do this. You just need the right person to explain it to you. It's simpler than it seems. Okay. Now, on the other side, we've got musical schools, universities, conservatories, right? That they want you to think that this takes years. And hey, yes, it's a lifelong journey. It's a beautiful lifelong journey, because you never end learning. It's beautiful, but it does not take time. It does not take years for you to be able to compose the first song. Think about this. This is, conservatories, colleges, schools, universities. That's how they make money. Nothing against them. I've been there. Like, I've gone through conservatory, through college, right? But the longer you stay, the more money they make, right? So it's in their interest that you believe this. But that doesn't take years. It doesn't take years. Yes, again, it's a lifelong journey. It's a lifelong learning process. You never end growing, but it doesn't take years for you to write the first song that you are proud of. Okay, I've seen it being accomplished in weeks sometimes. I'll show you later. Cool. Now, remember this message? I'll read it. It says, so Romain from France. Hello, I'm a French composer, fan of your music. Where can I find the F6 Twister? Yes, That was the title of the movie. Where can I find the F6 Twister score? Great work for this one. Thanks, Romain. And that's what we want, right? Let me just real quick show the reality, a little bit of context of how this all started. This is I composed this soundtrack in this studio. So hey, it's I had a space, and I was this is fantastic. It's great, but it's not right. It's not. I did not start here, right? I did not start here, and what was going on, rather than what you see here, as a composer back then, financially completely broke. I was you see me composing in the image, but I was working two full time. I was working as a piano teacher and English teacher in Spain, and I had not that much time to compose. I was usually composing in the afternoon, night, or sometimes very early in the morning. So I didn't have this was again the F6 Twister thing that you saw earlier. This is a feature film that I was working on, and this is the photo of when I was working on it. So again, 60 minutes of music, 3 weeks, just working, nights and mornings, or composing nights and morning. Didn't have that much time to compose. I wasn't doing the best job I could because I didn't have enough time. Halfway through the movie, the director doesn't like the music and he wanted to replace me. Generally, the way this goes, they send you an email and it's like, hey, we're thinking about changing direction. When the director tells you changing direction, most likely means replacing you. Just so you know. So they wanted to change direction. They didn't like the music. They wanted to replace me. I asked for a second opportunity. They almost fired me during the process, but let me finish, and I finished this movie. I finished, I delivered the music, everything well, but they did not call me again. Like this client, I did not work with them again. They didn't call me again, and I did not work in a real, because they were my main clients. I did not work in a real project or a big project like this one for the next 3 years. So this was my last movie. So I got this message, and like when I got this message, I was so excited, right? It was the first time that I got it. So I took a photo. But when I took this photo, I was in a period of 3 years of not being able to actually find work as composer, right? So, it's like this is what you see, and that's the reality behind. And so during these 3 years, I felt that I just lost kind of like the belief, right? Because I felt maybe I'm just like I was working, I was in momentum, all of a sudden I'm not working. I felt maybe I'm not good enough for this project or for this type of projects, right? Maybe I was composing on these projects because of this client, but now I'm trying to find other clients. I'm showing my music, and they're like, no, thank you, right? So I started thinking I'm not good enough, right? We moved to a cheaper place. We were so poor that in this place here, there you go. It came with furniture, but this one was completely empty. So we had to buy everything, and because we didn't have money, we had to build as you can see, the desk with bricks, because cheaper. Right, 70 things, the whole thing. So it doesn't look sexy, doesn't look professional, but it was solid. That thing did not move, for sure, right? So I wasn't composing, I was working other jobs to support family. And the more time that again it went by, the more I believed I wasn't good enough. Until one day, simple as that, one day a friend out of the blue called me and told me, hey, I've got this client. I've sent them your music to them, and they want, they want to meet you. They want you for their next project, for the next movie. It was a thriller. Go meet them. And I went there, I spoke with them, and I got the movie. Simple as that. Nothing changed. Like, I was the same person. I got the movie. Since then, I've been doing movies non-stop, and they've been featured worldwide in platforms like Netflix, Amazon Prime, Life. And we'll talk more about this. But why do I say this? To brag? No. It's to demonstrate that the reason why I wasn't succeeded was not because I didn't have talent. The talent was the same. It wasn't because I didn't have the skill. The skill was exactly the same. Maybe it was less because I wasn't working week after week, right? It was because I didn't believe in myself. And when you don't believe in yourself, the actions you do, the things you do, you're basically self-sabotaging yourself because you don't believe. You gotta have confidence, not confidence, conviction, I would say, right? But it's a belief thing. We'll talk a little bit about that, right? But dreams are possible, and not just for me, for our students as well. We'll talk more about the students later. But I would Just know that today's class is about learning music composition. Yes, we'll do some learning and how to learn and composing line and also some production. It's gonna be a lot of fun, but it's about you believing that you can fulfill your dream. Okay, that and at the end of this class, I need you to understand that the reason why you are not succeeding most of the times, it's not a skill problem, it's a belief problem, right? And as long as you believe it's possible. So again, today's class is about believing that you can fulfill your dream. And that's why we are here, right? I know that you've got, a dream to compose music. Maybe for some of you it's a hobby. For some of you as a pro composer. Maybe it's a little bit of both. Or maybe it's pro but part-time. Whatever it is, right? During this class, I want to show you how to make that happen. All right? So with that, let's go. But let's talk first how it started for me. Sometimes students ask me like, so how did it start for you? Right? Well, boom, here you go. This is how it started. Look at this little cute thing. This is Marc Jovan. This is my tío Paco. And down below, you can see in Catalan, in Valenciano, el meu primer mestre de guitarra, my first, anyone from Spain? Just curious. Let me know if anyone from Spain. I'm from Spain originally, a small little town called Peñíscola, close to Catalonia, and we speak a little bit of Catalan. That's what you're reading down here. But my tío Paco was how it all started for me, right? I'll teach this kid to play guitar, he said one day. And that's how everything started for me. Bless his heart, he might be the reason why we are all here. But what am I showing this photo? I want to show you not just so this is how it started, but I wanted to show you the journey and how bad I was. Bad. Like I did not have this skill, especially initially. And what I discovered, during the journey that changed me and that got me the skill and faster. Okay, that's what we're gonna be talking about the first part of the class. But this is how it all started. I'm not gonna lie, at the beginning I liked it, right? He was a great teacher and I initially had fun. So my parents saw that, and when parents see this, they're like, we're going to, if the kid likes this, let's give him more of this. So they, seeing that I liked it, they enrolled me in music conservatory, right? I think this is the end of recital photo. I don't have any photos from conservatory. This is years ago. This is 30 years ago. So, this is one of the photos that I've got. And, but I've got to tell you, I was not good at this. I was not good. And I didn't enjoy it much. This is me practicing another photo. As you can see, I'm not having a lot of fun, but here's me practicing, and I didn't like it. I wasn't good. And here's what I would do. Instead of practicing whatever, the homework I had to practice, I would just compose little small, I would compose little pieces. I would compose some music, right? And so instead of practicing, I would compose some music. This is my piano teacher, Mercedes. It's one individual. So my sister, Ana, my mom, Teresa, Tere, and my teacher, right? Greatest piano teacher in the world. I just wasn't good. She was a great teacher. Wasn't her fault. It was me, right? And many times I would show her the mini compositions that I did, and she was like, okay, but have you practiced the sonatina? Like, sorry, Mercedes. And I remember Mercedes one day at the end of the class, my mom would come pick me up, and Mercedes told my mom, maybe this kid should study composition later on, not piano. This is how bad I was at piano initially. So at some point, and at about this age, this took me forever to find these photos, but I think it will be worth for this story. But about this age, and after trying, I gotta say, I've tried everything. It's like, let's see. Well, because I'm a millennial, right? Millennial, I'm from the 80s, millennial, right? And so we're all about the purpose, right? And finding what, the purpose and the thing that you like and all that crap that made us believe that sometimes you find you gotta work as well, right? Not always doesn't feel good. You get, but anyway, back then it was millennial, right? It's like, what's the thing that I love, right? So I was pursuing that, and I tried many things, as you can see. So a lot of soul searching, as you can see. But I discovered finally that I gotta get rid of these photos. That what I wanted to do. Oh, I think you didn't see the photos. These photos. I'll leave them here just for your enjoyment. 3 seconds. Okay, it's enough. Okay, but I discovered that what I really liked, it was composition. But why composition? So I had two motivations. Why is it that you get something that you are like, I love this? For me, composition were two things. Number one, this. Like when I saw this as a kid, I'll just play it for you. when I saw this as a like, I was like, yeah, like that's awesome. Like I thought like this is what I want to do, right? Put a one in the chat if you think that John Williams rules. Let me know in the chat. Yeah, there you go. Number one, exactly. Okay, Pravasha, yeah, Andrea, there you go. Awesome. Rock and roll. We're gonna be learning some things from John Williams today, but because I've got so many things to learn from him, but because we're gonna be learning some composition. Most importantly, because as cool as flying a bike is, composing music is better than flying a bike. Put a two in the chat if you think that composing music is better than flying a bike. I don't know. Maybe for you, maybe you've got experience flying a bike, and you're like, no, flying a bike is much better, much better. There you go. Awesome. Okay, then you're in the right room. Awesome. There you go. You know what you're talking about. Awesome. So yeah. So this was reason number one for me because I saw this and I was like, wow, this is awesome. But most importantly, I guess, since I was reinforced, and I just had this belief that I wasn't good at piano, I felt that I wanted something that people would value, right? It was like, I want to create music that people people listen to, music that makes people feel. I wanted to be, I don't know, like remembered, or I wanted to leave my mark in the world, or I just wanted to have music that people would listen to, right? And so I went, okay, where do I learn composition? Again, remember, I'm from a small little town in Spain, so closest, it's not like LA, that there's so many places to learn composition, right? But I was like, okay, the closest place was the conservatory in the near city, and so I prepared the best possible application, because you have to apply to these places. It's not like, it's there's like, I think like 500 people applied and 5 or 7 people got in, right? I found out later on. So I prepared the best application. I composed the best piece. I wrote the letters of intention. I did the audition, and I got rejected. I was like, oh, come on. Like, not again. Like, gotta be good at something, right? But I tried again next year, and I got rejected again. Can you believe it? And you know what? It's just, I quit. Like, maybe this is not for me. It's not my thing. I've tried for 2 years. Let's try something else. But miracle, the last minute, they allowed a few extra auditing students. And there I went. And I was so happy to be there. I felt I was dreaming. And on top of that, a few weeks later, they opened a few extra spots. Like, I was I was an auditing student, and they opened some regular spots. So I transferred from auditing student to regular student. Awesome, so I started the class, and all of a sudden, like, a few weeks in, we got the first assignment. The first assignment came. The composition teacher told us to compose a song, kind of like my first commission, so to speak. Right now, just for context, this was my teacher, Maestro Ferrer Ferran. He was the most performed composer in the state at that time. In Spain, we don't have a state, we've got communities, but for the international crowd, state, right? Or community. But the most performed composer in the community or state at the time, this was the same guy that rejected my application twice, and now he was going to listen to my music. So I was excited. I was like honored, such an opportunity, right? And so I composed the piece, I printed the score, I put the audio file in a USB drive, because yes, that's back then, we used USB drive, because no Dropbox, no drive, no internet in the class either. So printed PDF or printed the score and USB drive. My dad drove me there to conservatory, which was 1 hour from where I live, from my home. I entered the class, I sat down, I waited my turn. I was like, oh my gosh, right? And so my teacher calls me. I hand my piece to the teacher. It was my chance to prove my talent, right? So he listens to my music. I'm like, oh my God, it's gonna be so good. And he looks at me and he goes, "This is bad. Like this is really, really bad." And I remember as if it was yesterday. He told me, "You take this piece and either tear it to pieces and throw it away, because it's just a waste, right? Or you can hide it in a drawer, a drawer where it will be forgotten forever because no one is ever going to perform this music. Or something like this. This is a translation of what he said in Valencian and Catalan, right? I was 15, 16, something like this, shocked. I didn't cry then. I cried a little bit when when I saw my dad, right? But this is how it all started for me. And to summarize conservatory years, fun? No. Like again, no. Like hello, it was not fun. Why? I wasn't good. First of all, I was reinforced that I sucked at it. But I was 16, 17, as I was saying at that point. So I had some ego, right? Ego, I've got two kids. They are 5 and 6. And I'm just learning that they start developing ego at that age, right? 5, 6, 7. I had 17, so I've got plenty of ego. And I was like, I'm going to fucking prove them wrong, right? I don't know how, but I'm fucking do it, right? So I stayed. Right? And for those who haven't gone through conservatory, I'll explain how the experience was for me. Different conservatories can be different, but for me, that's what I experienced. Teaching style, kind of like traditional learning, right? Like subjects were like compartmentalized areas, meaning we had harmony, orchestration, music history. My favorite one, not just kidding, counterpoint, etc. Right? It was theory, hardcore theory, no real world experience. It was all theory, books, lectures, that kind of training, right? It was not fun. I almost gave up at some point, but uh, and the reason why I thought to give up is because at this point, when you sometimes start thinking maybe I'm not good at this, but there's a moment where you just know, like it's not a belief, you just know I'm not good enough, right? But anyway, I stayed because I wanted to prove them wrong, and now at this point I started developing. You know what happens in life when you there are there's always you've got always two options. Like whenever you want to do in life, I was just too young to understand. But whatever you try to do in life, there's going to be a moment of struggle and resistance, right? It's obvious. You're learning a new skill. You have to put the time. And it's part of it. If you do it in a way that's joyful, that you enjoy, then that struggle you can actually enjoy it. You can love the learning process, right? But it's just the way it is. There's going to be a time of a struggle and resistance. It's just the way it is, and friction, right? You've got two options. You just keep pushing through to reach new levels of mastery, most beautiful thing ever when you get there, or you're like, oh, this is too hard, I'm gonna try do something else, right? And it's just you go in a different route, and it's just your brain protecting you from pain, right? It's this old brain of yours, and the old, I'm not saying you're old, it's a 3 million year old apparatus that was designed to protect you from predators, right? We don't have predators this day, but the brain still tries to protect you. And when you are facing uncomfort, brain goes like, let's do something else. Let's just be lazy, or let's just change direction. Let's just do something else. It's not going to be as painful, right? If you've got what it takes, you're gonna keep pushing through, and you're gonna go through those, struggles and resistance and frictions. You're gonna reach, higher levels of mastery, which again is the most awesome thing ever. But I didn't do that. I was like, let's try and find something else, right? And I started developing an interest for production, mixing, recording techniques. So I was still kind of in the same area, but not as much composing and more, towards sound and things. And so my parents saw my interest. It's like, okay, let's see, let's look for something. We were looking for something, and we found this. And I was like, oh, mama, I see the difference, like from this to this, right? It was a sound engineering school. Three things to notice here. This was a private school. It was expensive. It was 2 hours away from home. This was a 3 month intensive program. And if I went there, I'd have to stay away from home all week and return on weekends. That was kind of like the thing. I'm 17 at this point, and my parents told me, okay, here's the deal. Like, if you want, you can do this, but you have to keep up with high school and music conservatory. We will help, but it's going to be intense these next 3 months. You don't have to do it, but if you want to do it, like, we will support you. Do you want to do it? Like, bless my parents. Of course, I said yes. And these were some of the most intense 3 months that I have experienced up until this point. I've got more intense time. But up until this point, it was the most intense 3 months. But I was having so much fun. And I felt that I had regained my purpose, or that I found something that I loved. And so off I went and look at teenager. You gotta see this. Look at teenager Mark, and you're proud of this, teenager turning into responsible young man. No, not really. I didn't know what I was doing, but I so what happened here? First, it was awesome. I had the time of my life. I learned so much. And second, that thing I learned so much. It was very very different. It was a very different experience than what I experienced in conservatory. And so to compare, like conservatory again, it was there in the conservatory there was no real world training, like real world training. It was lectures, teachers speaking to students. Yes, there were practices, but not real world experience. And this school was so different. The structure was, number one, we had training, like real world stuff. Like literally, the teacher would show how to do useful stuff, like, and again, this is sound engineering school, so things like soldering an XLR cable, or setting up a miking for a vocal session, or producing and recording a song from beginning to end, right? And yes, I said soldering an XLR cable. I can solder XLR cable. Here you go. Just proof of it. Look how happy I was in pajamas soldering a XLR cable. They taught us also acoustic treatment. I can do acoustic treatment. And you're like, but this is not useful stuff. Like, yes, this was useful for me. Like when I moved to LA, the first stuff that I did for other composers was acoustic treatment. And then they got me additional music gigs with them. Anyway, going back to what we were discussing. So as I was saying, the learning approach in this school was, number one, training, like real world stuff. The teacher does the thing, it shows you the thing in front of you so you can see, so you can model later on. Number two, then we would practice these concepts. And number three, then we had our teacher review our work and give us feedback. For example, number one, training, record and producing a song from beginning to end. The teacher does the entire thing. Number two, practice. What would that be? Now you do it, right? Record and produce a song from beginning to end. And then number three, mentoring. The teacher listens to the song and gives us notes, right? This is the notes that I took from watching the teacher record the song from beginning to end. This is us, the students, working as a team, recording the song together. And the pages here on the left are guiding step by step. It's very useful. And this is a short clip of us recording the song, so you can see. I'm embarrassed of this clip, but here you go. Es me.
Se entra mal. Había entrado bien antes. Otra. Vale, no pasa nada. Qué rápido. Vale, cool.
Again, I was practicing my English already. My gosh. So there you go. And then again, I was learning so much because I had so much fun. I remember I told the director of the schools, like, how is it that this is so much better than conservatory, or the way at least I experienced it as a young kid. And he introduced me to a concept, which is what I wanted to share with you. A new concept for me, but I never forget. He said, "So, what is learning? What do you think learning is? Let's do this. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that learning is reading composition books. A 2 in the chat if it's watching composition videos. A 3 in the chat if you think it's analyzing scores. So it's 3 different methods of learning, right? Reading, watching, or analyzing. So reading composition books or harmony, whatever, reading books, watching composition videos, right? Or analyzing scores. Number 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, valid. 2, watching. Okay, 2, 1, 2, 3. Awesome. There you go. So 2, watching composition videos. 1, 2, 3, reading, watching, and analyzing scores. 2 and 3. 2, awesome. Solex. Nice. My belief, or what I learned back then, is none of the above, really. It's learning, and he goes, learning is it's transfer information into skill through experience. Learning is to transform information into skill through experience. Make sense? Like experience and practice is the key word here. And I explain this to my kids. So I draw for them. Goes like this. Brianna is my little one. And I go like, so see Brianna? She's 5. So Mama explains you something, or your teacher puts a video or explains you something. But that's just the first step, right? Then you put that information into practice, and then, and only then, this becomes real skill. Now you know how to do the thing, but you have to practice, my darling, right? See how it goes? And that's how you grow. This is how you grow. Make sense? Info first, then practice, then growth. I'm like, do you understand, Brianna? And she goes, it's so funny. It's like, she goes like, so this is Papa, this is Mama, this is my brother, and this is me. And I'm like, no, mi amor. This is you growing, right? Becoming a big girl, a little bit more like Papa and Mama and Papa. This is you growing, right? Okay. So back to me with the director of the sound engineering school. Miguel was his name. So what's learning? Learning is transforming information to skill through experience. Cool. And he goes, there are 3 ways to learn, he says. And I'm like, ooh, tell me more. Because I'm a nerd, as you can see. I'm a little bit of a nerd. So there are 3 ways. The first one is called didactic learning. This is traditional system. This is probably the way they teach you in conservatory, right? The teacher gives a lecture, you listen, right? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes like, the problem with that is that there's no context. And with no context, learning is slower. I didn't understand the context thing at the time, but this is what it means to me now. Let's say that, so again, problem with no context, infinite option. Let's say, so this is the teacher explaining blah, 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 whatever concept, right? Let's say it's A or squares. Squares is harmony stuff, okay? Or you're watching a video, right? So the same thing, it's one directional. So let's say squares are harmony stuff. Major chords, minor chords, or minor chords, major chords, diminished chords, right? Whatever, right? And this is orchestration concepts. So instrumentation, textures, harmonics, right? Whatever. No context. With no context and infinite options. Let's say that you know everything that you need to know about harmony and everything that you need to know about orchestration. Now you get given an assignment, or you get given, you're scoring a movie, you're doing the music for a short documentary, and all of a sudden you've got this scene where what the music needs to do is to support the scene and add a little bit of positive thing, but with a little bit of sadness, with a tint of melancholy. How do you do that? You sit on the piano like, okay, and trying, experimenting and trying to come up with things to kind of like recreate that emotion that the director needs, or the scene needs, or the story needs, and you're struggling because you've been told all of this, but you know not how to combine them. So with no context, infinite options, that's a problem. That's how I understand it in a easy way. So that's didactic learning. That's mostly the traditional teaching type of thing. And he goes, the second way is called contextual learning. I'll just explain looking here at but contextual learning is it's a typical learning by doing. You do the thing and you learn, right? It's, by the way, all of these methods he told me, I thought he was coming up with them. No, they're well documented. This was created by John Dewey back in the 20s, right? Individuals learn and grow as results of experiences and interactions with the world, right? Learning by doing. Basically, the difference with this one is you've got the teacher. The teacher is going to give you first context, most importantly. These are how you combine these pieces to, boom, gives you application. Those pages that I showed you earlier, the step by step. This is how you combine the things to get outcome, whatever, right? This outcome. And now it prompts you to do the same thing, to do the things. Like, this is the context, this is how to put the pieces together to get this outcome. This is how you put a rectangle and a square and a triangle together to build a house. The steps are 1, 2, 3. Now you do it, and you as a student, you do the thing. And then you extract meaning from the experience. Super important. What makes the biggest difference with this type of learning is by experience. When you experience, right? When you do the thing, you extract meaning. And meaning is very, very important. We're not going to get too much into there. But basically, give the pupil something to do, learning natural results. We all know this, that you learn by doing, especially arts, music, writing, painting, all these things, right? So, or singing, playing piano. Like, can you imagine just reading piano books? Anyway, so, and then there's a third type, a third way. And he goes like, the third way is the best of them all. It's called cognitive apprenticeship. And cognitive apprenticeship, I'll explain, it's very similar to the other one, but the difference is that the teacher, the expert, the pro will do the thing in front of you. So the teacher, number one, will give you the context and application, same things, like these are the components, right? And this is how to, step by step on how to put this thing together. Let me show you how I do it, right? This is done so the teacher can have their moment of ego. No, I'm just kidding. Can you imagine? No, this is done so the teacher shows you the process and you as a student is like, oh, this is so good. It's not how to do it, but I see the person, the pro, the expert doing it in front of me, and I see all these small little nuances that make the biggest difference, right? That's the first thing. That's the first cool thing about this system. The second cool thing is the comparison. Teacher will do it. Sounds awesome. It's fast. It's frictionless. It's like, oh, it's so good. It's simple. It's easy. It builds belief in you. You sit down with momentum. You do the thing that you weren't be able to do if you would have tried to do it yourself without the copying or the modeling. But it doesn't look as good. It doesn't sound as good. It doesn't feel as frictionless. There's some components that are missing, right? Teacher will get a 10 out of 10. You're gonna get a 7 out of 10, right? Problems. So you extract meaning just like in the other model, but then you also have new problems, and that's the most beautiful thing ever because the number step of this process is the one-on-one, is the mentoring, right? So this is called cognitive apprenticeship. This comes from like the traditional apprenticeship, right? Apprentice master type of thing. It's been here for ages, for centuries, right? It's just applied to arts, cognitive apprenticeship, right? This also is documented. This in the University of Illinois, this is a study of 1987. This was done in 1987 to commemorate my birth, because that's what I got born. I'm just kidding. So this is from 1987. It's cognitive apprenticeship, and the most important step is number 3. When you have the problem, then you get with the teacher and you can talk about you can have a more elevated conversation because those problems have arisen, right? If the teacher was trying to, hey, this is how you do this is the application, this is how I do it, by the way, you're gonna have these problems and this is how you solve it. First, too much information. Second, those problems are too elevated for you to even understand and comprehend what's going on with these problems that the teacher. You have to do the things first, experience the problem, and then let's talk about the problems. And that's how you get accelerated growth and you learn faster. And with faster learning, you get more confidence. You can see I'm a little bit of a nerd here. I'm getting excited about the learning model. Let's move to the next thing, but you get the point. This is the best one. Okay, so, and he goes, the teacher. Right? So if learning is transforming information into skill through experience, what makes it more effective is if the experience is guided. And the best guidance that you can have is through mentoring, right? And the steps are, look at me doing it, now you do it, and then let's talk about it. Let's talk about what problems, what went wrong, what can you improve, right? And he continues. And on top of that, I was like, on top of that, like I have to make sure that when you are out of this school, because this is a private school, right? You paid money for this. You've grown in areas that are useful for you, so you can give me a good review. No, I'm just kidding, but it's important, right? So we are just going to practice useful skills. Useful skills, right? We are not going to practice useless skills. We're going to practice useful skills. We're going to practice real world skills. And he pauses and says, and that's how you learn fast. And I go, oh my God, this is so good, right? Because again, I'm 17, 18, but I'm a little bit of a nerd here. So this is the system. I learned that, and when I came back again, 3 months, go back to conservatory, and when I came back to the conservatory, I applied these type of learnings, and I went from being the last of the class, like the less skilled kid in my class, to graduating with honors. I'll explain later how this happened, but I literally went from being like the weirdo of the class to everyone wants to be my friend. Have any of you, put that one in the chat, have you seen the How to Train Your Dragon movie? I'm just curious. But if you have seen the movie, let me know. How to Train Your Dragon. There you go. Awesome. I was going to say it's an old movie at this point, but it was 2010, believe it or not, or something like this. Awesome. And there's Hiccup, the main character, right? That starts being like the weird kid, no skill. It messes up always, right? He goes from that to being, to everyone wants to be my friend kind of thing through training with Toothless, right? That's what happened with me without a dragon, but that's what happened with me, right? Like I went from literally being the weird of the class to everyone wants to be my friend. The teacher, the same one that taught me to hide my music in a drawer, told me that I had potential for the field of film music and recommended me to apply to the University of Southern California. I'm so grateful to him. He might be part of the reason also why we are all here today. But after this, I applied and got accepted first to Berkeley and then to University of Southern California. I graduated there, and since then I've been doing movies non-stop, being featured worldwide in platforms like Netflix, Amazon Prime, Lifetime, and so externally, externally, this is what I got, right? What you see on the screen. Like, I became the guy who does music for movies. What I wanted. I saw that movie, right? I want to do this, and I started doing it years later, right? So that's externally. But I think internally, most importantly, I gained confidence. I went from being the kid that thought that, "Ah, maybe I'm not cut for this. Maybe I don't have the talent," right? Because I'm, again, being reinforced of this, of thinking of this. So I went from that, from the kid of like, maybe I'm not cut for this, maybe I don't have talent, to being the composer who has the confidence that I can compose music, any type of music, for any project, and I can successfully tackle any project that gets thrown at me. I have the confidence that I can compose, right? And when in this confidence shows when people ask me, like, so this is weird because when people ask, like, most of us are not film composers, right? Most of us. It's what? I don't know. 0.001% that do this, and there's a 1% of that 0.001% that actually do it for a living, right? So when someone asks, like, when someone asks me, so what do you do? I say, I'm a film composer. And depending, sometimes like, a film what? It's like, I compose music for movies. Oh, and they go like, oh, wow. And I go like, yeah, there you go. So the same teaching method that I described, the same teaching method that we use for our students, and they've got similar results. This is Matthew here with some of trailer placements that he's gotten. This is Nathalie, and these are some of the movies that she's done. This is Medhat, some of documentaries. Obviously, with 15 or 16,000 students, we've got hundreds and hundreds. I'm just showing these three to not bore you. I'll show you more later on if you want. But we've enrolled our student 15,000. Like, that was like a month and a half ago. We're close to 16,000 now, as I was saying. And our model, or this framework, or rather this modified framework for cognitive apprenticeship, we call it the music composition mentorship. It's a very creative name, I know, but it's just basically what it is, right? It's music composition mentorship, is a framework that I'll explain in a second, so you can also learn faster. And we'll talk about this framework in a second, but this is the way. Everything else is slow and painful. This is the way. You know, the Mandalorian. This is the way. So, by the end of this class, my goal is for you to believe that cognitive apprenticeship or music composition mentorship, which is our modified framework, is the best way to learn music. But not just that. Again, it's also the key to unlock any composition or composing struggle or roadblock. And it's also the only way to learn music composition fast while you enjoy the process. And I'm going to show you our frameworks that will make it simple and easy and fun to learn music composition and grow as a composer. Recognize this guy? Who's this guy? We've talked with the last soundtrack that we mentioned, that we discussed. The last movie was composed by this guy. Anyone recognizes him? No? Composer for How to Train Your Dragon? You can cheat. You can go on Google and do a Google search real quick. There you go. Start with a J. Exactly. John Powell. Yes. Mikhail. Rock and roll. John Powell. Okay. Yes. John Powell. So composer for John Powell. Well, we don't have to say composer. But John Powell. How to Train Your Dragon, Ice Age, Born Identity, so much more. One of my favorite film composers, definitely my favorite film composer back then when I was studying. And that was, I had the, yes, the band. We should play some of his music. Not today. But be fun. Do a scholar analysis, derail totally from the script. Anyway, just kidding. Was my favorite composer back then, and we had the chance to be there. So again, one of the biggest film composers in Hollywood back then and right now as well. He just did the movie Migration. If you haven't watched it, just amazing soundtrack. And so I had the opportunity to be there. So that was me, and I remember we were invited. That was as a group when I was studying at USC, University of Southern California, and we were invited to go there. So we go there, and we enter the studio. The studio it's a big house. It's not a mansion, but it's a big house. And you enter the first floor, and the studio is in the second floor, right? And as you enter the door, we start hearing music. It's like an unfinished music, right? But it sounded like John Powell. It's like it felt like someone was composing live. And it's like, I was thinking, it's like, is it possible that we are actually gonna go to John Powell's studio and he's gonna be composing live right now? And and that's exactly what happened. We went in, we entered the door, the studio, the guy is composing. We enter, we sit down in the sofa, in the couch, and he keeps composing. He doesn't turn around. He's composing like, oh my gosh, this is so good. I was taking photos, I was taking notes, and it's just observing and learning of what he was doing. And I discovered a few things like, oh, this is cool. Oh, I never thought of that. It's like, whoa, this is good. He stops, he finishes the section of the cue, he turns around, and he goes like, have you seen? It's like, oh yeah, be paying attention, right? It's like, okay, now you do the same thing. Like, oh, what do you mean? It's like, well, I'm gonna give you this clip, this video, that you just this is a scene, and you're gonna score this scene. And I think he was scoring something from Ice Age, and that's what we got. And he was like, please don't share. It's like, yeah, just for educational purposes only, obviously. So, and boom, we scored a clip. And imagine when you are doing that, it's like you've got your master, you've seen someone compose such a high level, you've learned so much, now you model, and now you're composing something, and it's going to get reviewed by this person. You're going to push the boundaries. You're not going to do what you're used to do. You're going to push the boundaries. You're going to prove, you're going to show what you're capable of doing. Plus, you've seen things that you didn't know. You're like, oh, I'm going to try these things. For example, for me, one thing that happened is he was composing, right? And on the other side, he was like, oh, orchestral hit. And he was like, boom. And, he hits the keyboard. It's like, boom, orchestral hit, right? It's like, where did that come from? He opens the patch, like, oh, it's a layered patch. It's a stack of patches. So we've got the woodwinds, brass, strings, all the percussion. So she just puts the hands of keyboard, has all the orchestral sound. And I asked, like, you've got, pre-orchestrated patch. Well, you've got the stacked patches. And he was like, yeah, it's pre-orchestrated patches. So I don't have to spend 15 minutes orchestrating the whole thing. And just do this and boom, right? I have to move fast. I'm like, this is genius. Why we never thought about it. And so they did the same thing and like recreated the same thing. And so like this is an amazing experience. Just who thinks in the chat that this would be an amazing experience? Like this would be freaking awesome, right? And the cool thing is that when you sit down with John Powell, there you go. When you sit down with John Powell, it's like you can have a more elevated conversation, but like the more elevated problem arises when you are composing, you experience problems, you can speak, you can tackle those problems, right? It's like the making thinking tangible that we discussed earlier. This happens as well. Let me show you. This happened recently. So I have it here. So there you go. So context. My kid plays soccer, right? At a low entry level, he's 6, blah blah blah, and there's this thing. It's all volunteers and thing, but there's one day where they play soccer, they train once a week, they play a game once a week, blah blah, and once a quarter they take a photo, whatever, right? Take a photo, and so there's this big massive thing, like lots of parents, lots of kids, the kids taking photos, blah blah, the whole thing, because then they give you a photo. But so we go there, we spend 2 hours, get the photo done, then we leave, and when we leave, right, there's this thing on the car, boom. Right, and I'm like, okay, I see, and I put it here just so you can see. I put it here, but it says develop your game. Now these girls are a little bit older. They might be like, I don't know, like 10, 12, I don't know, right? And it says, because this is targeting. Sorry, this is targeting who? It is targeting people who's already done the practice a little bit and that has done that thinking a little bit more tangible and sees more elevated problems. When those more elevated problems arise, then this is what this messaging is for. Okay, and it says, and it says, develop your game, right? Small group private training, improve your technical skills, develop better decision-making skills. And I was like, oh, Better decision-making skills. That's exactly what my kid, the problem is having. Like the kid can kick the ball, but he doesn't see what he has to do. It's like open, right? He doesn't see all these things. And here is like develop better decision-making skills and hence soccer IQ. Oh, wow. Okay. And he says, trainers, this guy here and then this guy here, Gus, semi-professional player. Exactly. Someone who's been there, done that before, who can give you the solution to the problems that you're experiencing. So hopefully this makes sense. Anyway, let's move to the beginning of the class. But at the end of this class, again, during this class, my goal is to get you to believe that cognitive apprenticeship or music composition mentorship, which is our modified framework, is the best way to learn music. Right? Plus, it's the key to enjoy and love the process. And with this, let's get started to the 3 frameworks that I want to share with you today. Right? To faster learn music composition. So these are the 3 topics that we're going to be covering today. Number 1, how to learn from the source to speed up your training. Number 2, how to find good source material to deconstruct it and model it. And number 3, how to find a mentor to review your work to take your music to the next level. This so you can learn by yourself. Okay? And then finding the mentor is the last step, but it's super easy. I'll show you. Again, I said this at the beginning. By the way, if you're on Facebook, YouTube, there are spots here on the Zoom room. Hop on Zoom and you'll be able to ask questions directly. Just go to cinematicComposing.com/Zoom. So pretty simple. So let's start with number 1. So how to learn from the source to speed up your learning, right? How to learn from the source. What are we talking about here? So what we're talking about, instead of learning music composition starting from, let's study music theory. Why? I don't know. I watched a YouTube video that says that I have to start with music theory or harmony or orchestration. What is it most important first? Harmony or orchestration? Melody writing or counterpoint? Music theory or just, I don't know. It depends on the video. Depends on the algorithm. What video shows me first, right? So, no. What we say, like, music is practice, right? So learn from the source first. If there's a skill that you have to develop to be able to learn from the source, for example, I need to develop ear training or reading music, then that you'll have to learn. But how to learn from the source to speed up your learning, right? A little bit of context so you understand where this comes from and why I learned this and why I think this is important and how I became to understand this. This is, I started in 2016, real quick, Ali, and I moved to LA to pursue my career as a film composer, right? Our survival plan, it was the most elaborate plan that you can, that you can ever create. I was teaching at Berkeley part-time. Okay, good. Okay. And I had some composing projects aligned. And we know, like those who have worked as composers here, you know that when you've got a composing project aligned, it's happening. It will never get pushed back. It will never get canceled. So I thought, like, okay, I've got this Berkeley thing. I've got some composing projects aligned. Okay, rock solid. Let's go. And we had some savings, like working as teachers in the past 6 years in Spain. And after paying the lawyers to process my artist visa and paying for the flight tickets, we had a whopping amount of $12,000. A lot of money. But with that, we moved. And 12,000K plus 3 suitcases, as you can see here, and 1 computer, because that's what composers do. We travel with our computers, no matter how big this is. Like this is a good example. This computer back then, I'm derailing, but a Mac Mini M4 it's this size, and it has twice the power that this computer has. Anyway. So this is our belongings. Upon arrival, we had two big expenses. We needed 2 things. First, a car to move around. Don't think this was our car. This was our car, our sexy 1999 Buick Le Sabre. 200,000 miles on it. This is in Europe, more than 300,000 kilometers. We bought it for $3,000. Okay, first big expense. Still cheap, but it takes us places. And we also needed, obviously, a place to live. Little we knew LA was so expensive. This was the cheapest place we found. 1-bedroom apartment in Glendale. It cost us $1,200, $1,200. But because we didn't have credit score, it's a beautiful little thing that they have here in the US, credit score, right? We didn't have credit score, so we had to pay 2 deposits plus first month. We didn't know this was illegal, but hey, we had the place, we paid paid $3,600. We just moved and we have less than $5,000 left. But hey, we'll figure it out, right? You know this face that you put when everything goes wrong, right? But you have to send a photo to your parents to prove that everything is going well. This is the photo that we sent, right? You know, to make matters worse, a few projects that I had aligned obviously got pushed back, so the money coming in from those projects nada. And then my teaching position at Berkeley, that semester they didn't have many students and they didn't need me for 3 months. Not their fault, not my fault, but it just happened to be. So we were screwed. And again, this is the photo that you send your parents when things are going like this. Backstory real quick. What my parent told me before we left, like, hey, Mark, just so you know, you're not going to make it, son. Like, this is never going to work out for you. Just think about this. Like, Papa, I'm gonna move to Hollywood to pursue my career as a film composer. And your dad goes like, yay. No, it's never gonna work out. It's just so remote. I'm sorry. So that's how everything started for us. And in this situation, what we did is like, okay, gotta find work. And the best way that I knew how to find work is as a composer. See that big piece of paper hanging on the wall, left side of my studio? This one here. Well, I was committed to find projects as soon as possible. So my goal, 25 calls per day, right? So I started calling production companies, directors, things like that on the phone, right? And it's like, I'll fill up the entire piece of paper with tally marks if needed. But so I started, but obviously, you know, it wasn't working because these things, it just is how it goes. It takes time, right? But I did get one movie and I was like, yes. You know, I got paid $700, $720 actually, to be exact. I negotiated a little bit, so 20 up. There you go. And so, to put this in perspective, at this point in my career, the last project I did, the one I showed you at the beginning, that earlier project paid 7 times what I was getting paid for this movie. Sorry, 10 times. 10 times, so 7,700. So that earlier project paid 10 times, that TV movie 10 times what I was getting paid for this project, for this short movie. But I was so grateful for the opportunity. Money was very much welcome. So I started working on this soundtrack on my Pro Studios, you can see, still made out of bricks, same room that I showed earlier. So lucky that the director lived in Seattle. If she ever visited the studio, she would have been like, who the hell have I hired? But anyway, I started working. And let me explain you. This was a short movie. Short independent movie. The difference between short movies and pro movie, or, you know, independent movies and maybe more commercial movies, let's put it this way. There's many differences, right? It's the time, it's many things. But there's one thing, it's temp track, not temp track. Most of the projects I work on, they're commercial projects, TV movies, series movies, etc. They come with they send me the movie, the video cut, and then on top of the video comes with music as well. And this is example music. It's temporary music that's used for 2 things. Number one, for that lock cut to get approved by executive producers, right? And then also, and most importantly, or equally as importantly, the music is there to guide the composer on what type of music you've got to write, emotionally, intentionally, you know, ins and outs and things like this, right? So, good and bad things about temp music. For beginner composers, it's great because it guides you. For more experienced composers where you know what to do, having temp, it kind of locks you in a box because stylistically, it tells you so much about what you have to do with music. Plus, the director and producer have gotten used to the temp track and expect something similar. So if you go too far, you're going to be like, no, right? If you stay closer, it's going to be easier for the music to get approved. So in a way, it limits you. It limits you creatively. For me back then, though, no, I was a beginner and I loved having a temp track because it just like guided me in what type of music I needed to compose. But in this particular movie, I did not have a temp track because, again, independent movie. And so with no temp track, I was struggling. So I sent the first cue and she didn't like it, right? It's like, okay, I didn't get it right the first time. So I sent the second version. It doesn't work either. And she tells me that she's considering to go in a different direction. And at this point, we know what this means. And I'm like, I cannot lose this one. Like, I really need the money. So I thought, okay, so what's the style of music in this scene that I'm struggling with. Okay, action tension. Like these days is so straightforward, but back then it was hard. So okay, what's the style? Okay, action, tension, underscore type of thing. Awesome. What movies have I watched recently that have similar scenes? And I picked these three. I'll show them.
Sir, what you got? We intercepted a call in London. Keyword Black Pride.
Right, pulse, the stuff, scenes, ostinato strings, not too intense, but more. So similar as well. It's a little more intense orchestration, but similar type of tempo, rhythm, pulse. So a little bit more developed here. Another one. Lots of commonalities, right? This one is slightly different orchestration and arrangement, some electric guitars here, two different composers, so the same genre, two different composers, John Powell, James Newton Howard, these two. This is Jason Bourne, and this is Salt. And so I start analyzing all of this, right? And initially what I do is I download the music and listen to the music, and I try to extract rhythm, tempo, the orchestration, harmonically, melodically, motivically, what's going on, right? All these things. And then what I do is I go back to the scene and I see the music, how it's structurally, when is it changing, and things like this, right? And I analyze all these things, obviously not as clean. This is, a cleaned up version that we've got in cinematic. But I start analyzing, okay, what's going on. I start taking notes and, pencil and paper. And after extracting notes, then I try to, I start looking for the commonalities. Like, what are the things that repeat across the three scenes? Like, what are the common themes of this style? And I wrote down to see as simple as I could. Okay, so I'm like, okay, so this is how you compose this. I start learning how to compose in this style, and I compose a new version, and I send it to the director. And long story short, I won an Oscar for best soundtrack. No, I'm just kidding. I got close, but I didn't get the Oscar. No, not even close. But I did not get fired, and I got paid. I was like, yes, woof. And I sent this music to my friend. Like remember the call that I got from my friend, blah blah blah, that we discussed earlier at the beginning of the class. This soundtrack, this was the music that they had from me, right? He put me in contact with this client, and boom, I got hired. And I didn't do an okay job. I did an awesome, excellent job because I was ready, right? I was so ready. And I did a movie for them. And then to this day, I've done 12 more movies with the same client and counting. And I'm happy to call them a friend. He's even joined us several times to teach storytelling for our film scoring students. And while I feel grateful and blessed for the opportunity to collaborate with him and with them, with producer as well, Robert, I think the biggest gain for me in this journey was that I gained or regained confidence as a composer. Like the type of confidence that says, like when people ask me, like, can you do this? Any project, if they ask me, can you do this? Like, of course I can, right? I'm fucking Mark Giovanni. I'm just kidding. But internally, it's like, yes, of course I can do it. I've done it so many times, and that's exactly what I want for you. This type of internal confidence. All right, so fast forward a few years later, this is 2018. We moved out from our old apartment. We've obviously, as you can see, a little bit nicer space. Still one bedroom apartment. Don't think that we have gone grand here, but this time it has AC. Big improvement because it's hot in Glendale in summer. And this was the entire space. Behind here's the kitchen plus one bedroom here, 700 square feet, 70 square meters. The studio is right there, as you can see. Still brick made studio desk. You learn how heavy these bricks are when you move. Like we did the move by ourselves. You can see the bricks here in a beautiful view that we still own. And you know how this story ends, right? Years later with these bricks, we built our own. I'm just kidding. Can you imagine? Anyway, this 2018, right? Cinematic composing, the school has been born. The story for another day. My goal inside cinematic composing is to provide composers with the tools and knowledge to succeed in their journey. And I'm teaching a small group of students how to find projects, right? You can see here Medhat, Luigi, and they were getting projects. Here's MedHat that you can see right here, right above Tom, and they did find projects, but they encountered the same problem that I had, right? Like when working on other projects, like composing the music for a movie, they were struggling to find out or to kind of to figure out the musical mood or the tone for their movies or for a scene within the movie, right? And so I told them, this is the email that I sent. It's November 1st. Almost 6 years exactly from today. A few days off. But I sent this email that changed everything. Basically, what this email says, if you read it, like, hey, I'll give you this PDF. These are the recipes for the most common film styles, right? So that's number one. Number two, then we're going to do a class where you'll see me composing in these 12 styles, right? I'll sit down, I sent this email. It's like, hey, read this PDF. It was something like this. It wasn't a long PDF, just PDF explaining, all the styles similar to this. I'll show you this later. But this is how, this is this style. This is focus. There you go. So this is a style, for example, adventure hero. This how so harmonically, there you go, harmonically, melodically, tempo rhythm. This is how, if you were to focus, there you go. This is how you compose in this style. This is orchestration. This is, this the step-by-step examples, etc. Right? And so that's step number one. And then second is like, okay, read the PDF. Don't spend too much time. Just read the PDF, then attend my class. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to demonstrate, I'm going to compose in these 12 styles. It's going to be a 4 hours class. You watch me doing the thing. And then what I'll do is I'll challenge you to compose in 2, 3, or 4 of these styles. Then bring your music and I'll review your music. And that's pretty much how everything works. When I was composing, they could see my sequencer. And then everything, my hands and everything. And then I asked them to compose their own music. They brought it to me. When they brought the music to me, I thought this would help, but I was blown away by the results. Like these students obviously they've put their time but with these 4 hours, they've learned more than 4 hours of me explaining this to them and them practicing than it would usually take me years to teach other students using traditional methods. So this just speed up the process so much. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is the way, right? This framework helped us develop and launch many other courses and programs that had way better success rates and delivered faster results to students than other courses that we've created. But most importantly, for me, this framework gave me the confidence that I could better help other composers. Okay? And this is the framework that I want to share with you. That's why the longer story. Want to see the framework? Let's go. This framework takes people from complete beginners to be composing music in weeks. And this very so simple. In the earliest stages of this framework went from this, like designing a real world practice, give them the step by step, do it yourself first in front of them, challenge them to do it, and then review their work. Right? We went from something like this, but I simplified it for you for this class, for the purpose of this class, and I wanted to make it to see it super simple. But it's very simple. See the master in action, model the master, refine with the master, and then you start stacking it. And you go level 1, level 2, level 3 for composers. Each level will be a different style. We can present the framework like this, a little bit more complex, but really this is it. This is the framework 1, 2, 3. It's basically holistic learning, holistic versus departmentalized, practice versus theory kind of thing, right? Applied, contextual, guided. It's mentorized type of thing. I'll explain a few things, but we'll dive into this framework right now, and we'll be analyzing and composing music next based on the steps of this framework. But these are the results that you are going to get with a framework like this. This is just for context. This is a video. We're gonna watch Richard Donner, composer that started from scratch. And a few weeks later, he was able to compose this. I'll show you guys this music, and then you'll see the reaction of the master. The master in this case is Christopher Young, the composer for Spider-Man, that we brought him to review music from the students, and just pay attention to his reaction. Again, music by Richard Donner, and then the comments by Christopher Young, composer of Spider-Man. Here we go. Music by Richard Donner, composer of Spider-Man. Here we go. Music by Christopher Young, composer of Spider-Man. Here we go. Music by Richard Donner, composer of Spider-Man. Here we go. Music by Christopher Young, composer of Spider-Man. Here we go. Here we go.
I started with the pandemic. I had never written a note before the pandemic.
Well, you know what? Again, it blows my mind. Seriously, it does blow my mind. You're just starting to write for the first time, and yet this is so clear, so well executed orchestral writing. You put this on the stand and it would sound great with a live orchestra. Now, I love this material.
And then the notes, obviously. So he started again, weeks, like a month and a half, and boom, it creates this piece. It's possible. Obviously, this is not the most complex advanced style, but 6 weeks. Boom, here's another example. For 6 weeks, the next step is improving, mastering, and then getting projects. And here's an example of someone, Emilia, getting projects.
Hi everyone, I'm Emilia Takajava. I live in Finland. Just a few days ago, I received a phone call and I got my first it's a Finnish children animation movie. They called if I could score the movie, so woohoo, on my way here. Yeah, so that's kind of official first movie for me. And that's great. And I feel like, everything I have learned.
So that's where a framework like this takes you. This is Lucas, 22-year-old, the same story, right? First time composing this style, and then the reaction from Christopher Young. This is his music.
You're 23, yeah?
22.
Well, this is very impressive for someone who's 22. If Sam Raimi was in the room right now, he'd understand exactly what you were trying to do and would feel confident enough about what would happen on the scoring stage with the live musicians that he might not even need to be there. So your mock-ups are great. The stylistic.
And he continues with the notes. But basically what he's saying is like because Christopher Young did the music for Spider-Man with Sam Raimi, knows the guy. It's like if Sam Raimi was here, he'll feel confident enough of what would be going on the screen that he wouldn't need to be in the scoring stage the day of the recording. Like, this is awesome, right? Because of like this orchestral writing would work so well on the stand. But anyway, now, so this is what the framework does. Now, this works very well in this teacher-student situation, right? This is what I just showed. This class, though, is to kind of like teach you, but how can you do the same thing on your own, right? When you don't have a mentor. And very simple, that's what we're going to be discussing today. So, how do we do this? This framework works very well in a teacher-student situation, but how do we do this when we are on our own? Very simple. The first thing that you need to do is you need to choose where you want to start. So you're going to pick a level, right? The levels are the style, right? So what type of music would you like to learn? And again, remember, we are doing contextual learning. That's why we are choosing a style, a genre, a cliche, if you want, right? This is holistic approach that we discussed earlier. So we pick one style. For example, level number 1, the easiest, love positive emotion, something like what Richard Donner composed, right? So once you know the style that you want to learn, now we're going to find 3 songs to model, not 1, 3, right? Because we want to discover the commonalities, right? It has to be at least 3, 2, 3, 4, something like this, right? And there are 2 ways of doing this, 2 ways of finding the songs that you want to model. If you already have a song that you love and you want to learn to compose a style, great, awesome. If you know the style that you want to learn, but you don't know the song that you still don't have songs. If you already have the songs, awesome, rock and roll, you're done. We can move to step number 2. If you don't, right, for example, I want to learn how to compose this kind of like big, like adventure hero type of movie, or I want to learn how to compose like the example that we gave, like the love, positive emotions, inspirational type of music, but I don't know, where to find songs like this to model. Where do I find these songs? Very simple. That's what we're going to be learning right now, and I'll show you right here. So let's say you are going to go to something like this. So you're gonna go to Envato or AudioJungle or Epidemic Sounds or one of these music databases, and you're gonna look for the style. You don't have to register for this. You don't have to pay. You can download the music with the watermark. It's just for analysis. We're gonna download. So for example, in this case, what like love, orchestral, inspirational is that type of music. Just describe the type of music that you like to learn. Start looking for songs. Okay, we're gonna start with this one. Nah, next. Nice, I like this one. So let me know if you can hear the music as I'm playing this back. I hope I was checking it. I think you do, but let me know if you can't. So we would download this one. Boom, download. There you go. Got first one. So the cool thing about this, database is that you can see find similar. So I'm gonna click here. It's gonna find the similar music. So let's take a listen to this one. Nice, love it. Okay, like it. So I would download this one next. Yeah, boom, download. We've got 3. Simple as that. Okay, so now let's move to the next step. And now that we've got the 3 songs, it's time to learn, right? Remember, we're still here. See the master in action. But because we don't have a teacher, we're doing it ourselves. And the first thing we've done has been understanding that the best way is to learn from the source, right? Next, we have found good source material to model the 3 songs that we just found right now. And now we're going to move to deconstructing and modeling, meaning we're going to analyze how the piece has been done, was created, the 3 of them, right? And for those, and here's where like you can say, for those of you who don't have musical training or music theory or ear training or don't read music, don't worry. We're going to use a little bit of AI to make this process easier. You don't have to if you can easily transcribe, but if transcribing is new for you, we're going to make it super, super simple. You're going to love this, right? Just for reference, again, we are here, see the master in action, but because we don't have a master to model after, we're doing it ourselves. So how are we gonna do this? Well, here's how I did it when I didn't have a master. Okay, so this is how I discovered, or how I, discovered kind of like this process. So story time. Going back from here, when I came back here, and I came back to conservatory again. I came as a new person. I had this mental model or this teaching framework that I learned. And when I returned here, even though I came as a new person, right, with a new set of skills, for my students, my teachers, I was the same person. I was the last in my class, the worst composer, but I knew how to change things, right? So I applied this concept. The only problem, again, that's why I'm explaining this, is that just like you, I did not have a master that would show me the process. So I did the second best option. That for me, back then, you don't have to, was I started studying scores. Now, context, I was in music conservatory. This was the last year. The assignment that I had for the year was to write a cantata. A cantata is like a symphony, right? Like a concerto, like an opera, something like this, right? So big, long format piece of music. And so we had the entire years for like 45 minutes of music. So for me, the closest thing that I could model was long form type of classical music. Again, symphonies, concertos, other cantatas, operas, ballets, things like this. And that's what I did. And I studied like from Mozart, Beethoven, Stravinsky, and so I studied the scores. That's what I did. Okay, and you don't have to do this, but that's what I did just for context. Again, you don't have to study this. There are much better tools these days that I'll show in a second. But this is the thing that I discovered. So when I started analyzing scores, obviously I was listening to music, right? And I was reading the score. So that's how what I did. So modeling. And as I was reading a score, this is not a score, but imagine this is a score, right? And I was taking notes. Okay, so harmonically, I was discovering things. So harmonically, this doing this, then orchestration, then rhythmically, I was discovering things. But I wasn't able to find a pattern, something that repeats, something that's universal, something that's bigger than harmony, orchestration, something that's a constant. I needed a constant. I needed something that would not change. I needed to learn something from that score analysis, not just isolated techniques, tips and tricks that I could use in my music, not just stuff that I could copy. I needed to understand the thinking process behind the music composition process from these masters. And I discovered something that was much bigger than just the sole concept of harmony or orchestration, something that stayed constant. Because think about this. Let's just think for a second. Let's just connect for a second. Let's just step outside of the class for a second. Let me see if I can do this. Where are you? Let's just think about this. So what is there about music what universal things happen in music, sonically speaking, no matter like what chord, harmony, or note we are using? Like what's happening? Like if we listen to music, there are several things that always happen, right? There's always some sort of like pulse, right? Or the moving forward element of the music. There's something always that supports, right? The background that adds support. That's always something that takes us somewhere, right? So that takes from point A to point B, right? So there are always at least three musical forces or three musical layers: direction, movement, background. That's what we're going to be talking about today. And that's what I discovered when I analyzed this music. I was like, oh my gosh, it doesn't matter what composer, what style, what type of genre, there's always this direction, movement, background. I'll explain this way better in this video. There are three musical forces. We've got direction, movement, background. So for simplicity's sake, direction is generally going to be the melody. Tune is the part of the music that you generally will find yourself singing along, right? For example, background, the third one down here, it's going to usually be the harmony. Harmony is often two or more notes played together, often as a chord, which typically complements and supports a melody in the background. Like this, for example, here we've got direction equals melody. This part down here is the background that adds support to the melody. Sounds like this. And finally, we've got movement. Movement is the accompaniment or the ostinato part of the music, which is sort of what creates excitement and propels the music forward. Like this. This part up here is the direction and the movement layer. Let's look at several examples of the use of these three elements from one of the most notable film composers of all time, John Williams. Now, understand this. These three elements, many times you'll find them combined. You have direction, movement, background, the three at the same time. But this is actually not mandatory. Many times you will find them by themselves. For example, just one element, direction. Here's a memorable example from the Harry Potter movie. This is Hedwig's theme. Now the next example is going to be two elements combined. In this case, direction and movement, melody and an ostinato. Here's an example from the Riders' March, from the Riders of the Lost Ark movie that combines direction and movement. Here's direction, here's movement. The direction element is the melody or the tune, which is the part that you'll easily remember and sing along. And the movement layer is the repeating pattern underneath that propels the music forward. So in the last example, we combine direction and movement. This one, the next one, we're gonna combine direction and background, still from the same movie. This is Marion's theme. Here we've got direction, and this part underneath is background. Remember, for simplicity's sake, background is going to equal to harmony, which is the part of the music that is going to give support to the direction element. So here's direction. and adding the support layer background. Typically, we're gonna have the strings playing this background part of the music. If we replaced the piano for this part here, it would sound like this. And finally, 3 elements combined together. We're gonna have, in this case, direction, movement, and background. Direction being this layer up here, movement, this one here, and then background here. There you go. And when I discovered this again, my skill did not increase. Like, I've got the same musical skill. I can compose, like harmonic. I know this concept from like harmonic, counterpoint, etc. But it just gave me a new understanding. And now I better know how to organize all of this mentally as I am composing. And this is my music before and after. Okay. But again, with a context of conservatory, so this is very classical contemporary type of music. But still, you'll be able to hear the difference. This is the piece. At the beginning, you're gonna hear the last piece that I composed before this understanding, and then the piece right after this, understanding these concepts. So this is before. And honestly, I didn't know what I was doing. Like, trying to figure out how to combine harmony, melody, rhythm. Here's the flutes, oboes, bass clarinet here, some strings down there. So from this to this. Direction, movement, background, direction, background. See, obviously, this is a very specific context, but after this I started composing commercial music. Some of these went to trailer sings, like this one, if I can show you here, this one. But same thing, right? We've got directions, the big drums here, and then we've got the small little pulse going right under type of thing. This is more percussive, this one here. So basically movement, that's what it is, and a very soft background at the end that we can't even hear. Then moving forward. So we've got the boom boom at the end. So that's what movement again. But now we've got the horns melody, right? That's going up. That's direction. And then we've got some background. We've got more here, but another one that's more melodic. This one opened me so many doors. We recorded this at Warner Bros. For a movie that I did, but it ended on my demo reel, obviously, and opened me so many doors. But this one is more melody and accompaniment type of thing. Strings, big melodic strings, orchestra. You're gonna see one direction with supporting strings background, right? Etc. Right? It continues the same thing, direction and background. Here's a smaller cello solo with supporting strings. There you go. So just a few more, I would say, commercial examples of this. But moving forward, this system. So like other composers that have used this system, I love these comments. Hey man, I made techno and these 3 musical forces concepts made more sense than all the other shit I've come across the years I've been practicing the art of making music, mental models and structure. That's exactly what it is. This helped to see how filming music is structured. This basically gives a structure in like standalone music or film music or music for media. These 3 musical forces concept, the confusion about the scale, melody and background was cleared. Exactly, it's not the confusion, like you can understand these more abstract concepts, scale, melody, harmony, etc. But when this system gives you kind of like the container and how to organize the different elements, right? 3 musical forces make way more sense than me than anything else that I've read music theory or projection. Couldn't figure out all how to fit it all together, but now I'm starting to. I love this one. This is 110 likes. I almost did not click on this video because I'm not a beginner, but I learned a lot and better understand the things that I already know. That's exactly what happened to me. I already remember that was my last year of conservatory. There's a lot of years studying music, but this helped me better understand the things that I already knew. Now you may be thinking, it's like, well, Mark, you just derailed. Like we were talking about here, like finding the source. Now let's analyze and then let's compose what's going on with these 3 musical forces. Why it's important? Why is the 3 musical forces important if we are here to model a song, right? So it's very simple. The 3 musical forces framework helps you understand how a song is built and helps you model it, which is going to make it way easier. Basically, you're just going to listen to the song, but we're going to do it right now. You're going to listen to the song or to the piece or to the cue that you want to model, and now you're just going to focus not on the entire thing, you're going to focus on one of the elements, right? And see what the music is doing inside that element, like this. So we're going to analyze a song. It's one of the most important parts of the class, in my opinion. It's a really, really cool thing. For some of you, maybe this is new. Pay attention. It's really cool. It's a video. It's cut and edited, so it goes faster and we go straight to the point, and you get the most value out of this class. Okay? So we're going to hit play and disappear from here. All right, so this is the checklist on how to model a musical style. If you're experienced, we're going to do this by ear, if you've got musical experience. If you are a beginner, we're going to use AI. We're going to start here. We're going to do this process 3 times, 2 using AI and 1 using our ear. For this exercise, we're going to be modeling a love cue, music that sounds like positive emotions, love. And for this, if you look up here, we selected 3 cues. The first one, Forrest Gump, Alan Silvestri. Second one, Jurassic Park, John Williams. The third one is John Powell. This software in particular is called RipX, but there are many others out there that do the same thing. Essentially, what this will allow us to do is to drag a song, drop it here, an audio file, just an audio file, drop it here, and it will separate the different instruments, and it will tell us which notes each instrument is playing, like this. We're going to start with the Forrest Gump song. It sounds like this, we're all familiarized with. And so now we just drag the file here, and boom, we've got the song. We can play it back and we can see the notes. On top of that, we could isolate just the piano, for example, or just the strings if we wanted to. I'm gonna click solo here. And this is very important for what we're going to do next, which is to see what the direction layer is doing. We've got direction, A to B, movement, the motor of the music, background. In this song, what's taking us from A to B? It's the melody, right? It's these notes right here. We're going to select them. And we're going to copy them. And now we paste them here into our digital audio workstation so we can now see the notes. So we identified the direction layer without having to transcribe the notes ourselves. Now let's move on to the background layer. Let's see what this one is doing. Coming back here, we're going to select the strings, this layer here. And the same process, we're going to select these notes. We're going to copy them all the way up here, copy. We paste them, and now, why is this useful? Because now you can take a look at the notes and you're like, whoa, this is so simple, right? It's basically an A major chord. D major, right? D. Then B minor. So B minor. And then E major. 2. A major. So simple that you are like, is this all there is? And it's so cool. Now on to the third element, movement, the motor of the music. Let's see. So it seems like we've got dun ten tin tin, then the melody continues, the direction, then ten tin tan tan, kind of like this thing here. And the same thing, we copy, we paste them, and this in a score or notes would look like this. We've got the direction, movement, and background. These are the chords. This chord would look like this, and this chord would look like this. This is the A major, D minor. This is the background, goes in the strings. Direction, movement, background. Here we go. So this is what we have done. What's the direction layer doing? Copy the notes. What's the movement layer doing? Copy the notes. What's the background layer doing? Copy the notes. Then you're gonna repeat this process at least 2 more times. We wanna have analyzed at least 3 songs. And then once we have 3 songs, then we can extract conclusions. I've already done that to speed up this video, and this is the result. Next, for the Jurassic Park theme, it's easier. For the direction, we've got the melody, copy, and then paste it here. And for background, all these supporting strings. We can copy and paste, or we can look at the notes, and when we bring it here, this is very, very simple chords. We're here, E flat, E flat, right? B flat, F, E flat, F, and then we're gonna go here, E flat, B flat. Super simple. Here's the cue, mid bolt, sounds like this. It's a section later on that sounds beautiful, sounds like this. The direction element is going to be the melody. Dun, dun, dun. In this case, we're going to transcribe this by ear. So here we go. So that's for the direction element. For the background, we've got the strings doing some supportive chords. These are the chords. And that's it. Now we're going to start recognizing some common patterns, and that's what we've got to do. We have to extract conclusions. What are the patterns that repeat, that are similar in these 3 songs? Write them down, because the next step is going to be model the style. But if we zoom in into my notes, it would look something like this, right? Almost all of them were in major mode. We were using mostly triadic chords. Most of the direction melodic notes, the notes that we found in the melody, are the same notes that we could find in the chords. See, like in this case, for example, see this chord, this note is in the chord, then continue. This note, it's in the chord, and then if we continue, this is no. This is in the chord, this is in the chord, this is not in the chord, but this is common in this style. This is called a passing tone. If we scroll down to orchestration, basically strings, piano, this is what we found. And this is how you learn the characteristics of one style in under 10 minutes instead of spending years. All right, so now we're gonna put these findings into test and let's compose some music. All right, and to answer some of the questions that you've mentioned here, in the chat. Number one, repex, no repex. What's repex? Do I have to invest in repex? And then the how to copy without sounding the same kind of thing, right? The software. How much is it? Should I get the basic, the pro, right? I need to invest in repex. It doesn't matter. Like there are many others out there. I just showed this one. And if you want to use this one, they have a 21-day free trial for the pro version. And like how much music, how many cues can you deconstruct and analyze in 21 days? Like so many. And once the trial expires, you've already developed the ear training. And now you can do it on your own without the need of a tool like this. So don't worry about this now. The tool is not the solution. You and your skill are the solution. So it's about doing the process that I just showed. And also the answer to how do I copy? What was the question exactly? 3 likes here. How do I not get stuck on things you copy or also move from the temp track? The move from the temp track is a little bit more tricky, but what we are doing is modeling. That's why we create these pages, right? So you are not copying the same notes. You're going to see what are the commonalities. The commonalities are not the exact copy. It's the commonalities. And when you are trying to follow these commonalities or the style definition, right? It's not, put the combination of these. See that there are not really chord progressions here. If we put a chord progression, this is the best, the most awesome cinematic chord progressions, like videos on YouTube like this. If you copy these chord progressions, then you're going to sound just like everyone else, right? The best chord progression for cinematic music is like saying, copy this and you'll sound like everyone else. Right? Here's different. We're just modeling what are the masters doing, what are the commonalities. Now write your music. There's no fucking way that you're gonna sound like John Powell. That's first, because there's just no way. Because you don't have the talent he has. Number one, and I'm saying you're not talented. I'm saying you don't have his talent. His talent is the combination of many years of just putting the work and just developing a voice. Like John Powell follows this, and you follow this, and it's gonna sound completely different. So don't worry. These the cliches or the step by steps or the how to recreate a style. When you try to do it, because you already have your voice, want it or not, or know it or not. What's my voice? Your voice are the things that are easy for you, the things that you do easily, the things that you repeat, those chords that you are trying not to use because like I always compose the same. Embrace them, right? That's the stuff that's easy for you to do. So combine this with your voice, and that's like your unique, and that's your unique voice and your uniqueness, and what separates you from everyone else, while allowing you to compose in one specific style to meet the director's or the story or the project or the media needs. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. Awesome. So number 2. So we have deconstructed. Okay, now we're gonna move to step number 2, which is basically, let's compose some music. All right, so this is the fun part. Let's go again. Beat, so we move faster. Here we go. All right, so with what we've learned by analyzing the 3 songs, let's compose some music. And we're going to start with direction. Now, in the 3 songs that we've analyzed, direction is generally a melodic element. So direction equals melody. And what are the characteristics of this melody? First, no big jumps. So we're not gonna do crazy things like this. Right? This would not sound positive emotions, love type of thing. Another thing that we've seen is generally slow. And also the notes in the melody we can also find them in the chord that's supporting the melody, with some exceptions. But with this, we can start. So following these rules, let's record a melody. Now let's move to background. We've seen in this style that background is like a strings supporting chords. This is what we're going to be doing. Now let's add some low strings for depth and support. Now let's move to the third element, movement, and we're going to go for something very simple, a la Forrest Gump song that we've analyzed, that has a little ton 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 at the beginning of each chord change. We're done. Now, just for fun, I'm going to add a flute here in the second part of the melody to add a little bit of color and richness. Here we go. And finally, just like a cinematic trick, I'm going to add a sub bump, a really low drum that sounds like this, just to add depth and support. Here we go. I'm going to add it at the beginning, the middle, and towards the end to kind of like close the song. Here we go. And that's it. Direction, adding a little bit of color, the second part of direction, so the melodic elements, movement, background, supporting the strings. And then there are two secret forces more. One of them is depth, which we can see right here. And with this, in about 4 minutes, we've completed the piece. Now, there are two reasons why I've been able to compose fast. Number one is because we know the style, right? We've learned it. But second, and equally as important, I'm using an orchestral template. This is an orchestral template. As you can see over the left, all the instruments are loaded. This is important for me because it saves me time. But also, and this is the most important part for me, the template mixes the music for me. For example, see this piano? See that it has a reverb tail? Now, don't get overwhelmed, but the back end of a template looks like this. All of these are plugins that are mixing the music for me. For example, the song that we've composed sounds like this. But if I deactivate all the plugins, it actually sounds like this. Quite different, doesn't it? Now I'll be playing the song and I'll bypass like this and activate the plugins so you can see the difference. So I'll start with the plugins active. Now, how to get a template like this that mixes the music for you? The fastest way to get there is with a mentor, because it's a sum of small little nuances that will make the difference. And the way you set up the mix, a template that mixes the music for you, is very unique to your composing style. So you need someone with experience that has been there already, that can listen to your music and tell you how to improve your sound. And little by little, you'll be adding plugins and adjusting your template so it better mixes your music. But the fastest way, again, is with someone with experience that can tell you what to do so your music sounds pro. Awesome, fantastic. Coming back here. So, another topic of this class, yes, we do have a template. Just go to cinematic composing, and we have it Black Friday offer right now. But going back to the class, you can do this later till Monday. And another question that sometimes we get asked, like, but shouldn't your music be mixed by a mixing engineer, or is this the final? Is this the final sound, the final is this the, or is there another mixing process after this? Is the final mix? The answer is it depends on the project. For example, for a film project, a movie, right? Not a TV movie, a big studio movie with, let's say, over $100,000 budget for music, right? For example, and most importantly, more time to work on the music. So with a big budget and more time, then this is the demo mix. This is the demo mix. This is what gets approved by director producer. But it's not the final mix. It's there's another mix later on after recording with an orchestra. This is just the demo mix. It's not the final mix, but it's still very important because this decides if a client buy or not your music, right? If you're doing music for a movie and you're presenting mock-ups to the director, it's very important that the music does its thing, right? In terms of emotion and etc., right? The structure, but it also has to sound outstanding because directors hears, the quality of the sound, not just what the music is doing. And for sure, they don't care about the notes or harmony, because they don't understand about that. Okay. So there you go. If that was a film, a movie, a studio movie type of project. For a TV production where there's no nearly as much time, let's say a TV movie, they are paying maybe $12,000 for 60 minutes of music and 3 weeks to do the work, then this is definitely the final mix, because there's no time to go back and forth. It's not that the mixing engineer will usually charge about $500 to mix 10 stems of 3 to 5 minutes of music. It's not the money, it's the time, right? Cool, awesome. So that being said, and now that I answered this, the quick break, if you're wondering if you just joined a little bit late, if you're wondering, have I shared the password? No, I haven't. I will be sharing it during the Q&A, okay? Now, you may be thinking at this point that having answered these questions, yes, like we've done the deconstructing of the style and then the composing, and you may be thinking, I've already studied the style. Like once I understand the style, once I've got I don't need to compose, right? I already know the style, right? I do not need to compose if I already know how to do it, right? And my answer would be, you don't know shit yet. Right? You think you know, but you don't know yet. You have to practice. This is what the whole class is about, right? No, you have to do it. Like you think you know, but the real learning happens when you put it into practice, right? We've talked about this, so I'm not going to beat the dead horse, but everyone knows the classic example. Like imagine that you want to compose music to be performed by an orchestra, not just mock-up, okay? Want to record it with live musicians. You can read all the orchestration books you want. You can actually write all the music on paper that you want. But the day you stand in front of an orchestra to perform or record your music, I'm sorry, but the first time it's going to be horrible. It's going to be awful, right? It's just the way it is. This is Felipe Moreno. I met Felipe years ago, one of our best students I've ever had. And after studying with us, he applied and got accepted to study in the most prestigious film scoring program in the world, in the University of Southern California, here in Los Angeles. And so he recorded with live musicians over and over and over again, from the podium, from the booth, and over again. And when you practice, and only when you practice, and you do this over and over again, you get to this level and you're able to create something like this. This is a beautiful piece from Felipe that he composed for, like, I think it was like the final project for college, and it sounds like this. This is a Warner Bros. And it sounds like this.
Dewdrop. Is that really her?
Chief Benja, your daughter did you proud. Hope you don't mind. She brought some friends.
Ba? Welcome to Kumandra.
Nice.
Great. Amazing.
There you go, and that's how you get better. So yes, the practice is a mandatory step. This always gets me. So yes, you have to practice. So to recap, see how easy this is so far? Like, we've chosen a style of music that we want to learn. This applies for what we've practiced, but it can apply for any other genre, right? Then we found a song. Well, we found 3 songs in that style. We've transcribed them. The 3 musical forces system help deconstructing what's going on musically, and if there's any need of help, we can assist the process with a little bit of AI, with repegs or software like this. And this is going to be easier and easier as we move forward with AI. But we've analyzed 3 songs. We've been able to compose our own later on. So instead of spending years studying harmony, orchestration, counterpoint, composition, blah, 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 to still feel lost, to be honest, in one day we can crack one style and compose our first song. Plus, it's so much more fun than going to conservatory to listen to your teacher give you the 1-hour lecture, right? Just kidding. But now the problem that we are facing is that, yes, it's cool. We've composed our first song, right? And it feels great. But now that you showed me the Felipe song, if I compare my song to Felipe, I'm still miles away who feels like that, right? Like if we compare it to pro music, it doesn't sound the same. So how do we get there, right? It's what I said in the earlier video. Here's where you're going to need a mentor, right? You need an experienced composer, someone who's already done what you're trying to do that can give you advice. You can either spend hours, days, weeks, or even years trying to figure out the problem by yourself, or you can get an answer in minutes by someone who's already been there. See, sitting behind Felipe's Pete Anthony. Pete Anthony, you can see it in the video as well. Excuse me. He's one of the busiest orchestrators and conductors in Los Angeles, in the Los Angeles film industry. That was his mentor for this session. But how do I find a mentor? You may be thinking, right? And this is exactly what we're going to be talking about next. Super easy. You're going to love this. So how to find a mentor is the third part of the class. How to find a mentor to review your work and take your music to the next level. But first, I have to explain how did I arrive to this conclusion, and also remind those who are on Zoom, are on Facebook or YouTube. If you want to join on Zoom, feel free to go to cinematicComposing.com/Zoom. That way, you'll be able to ask questions, and we'll be answering them here in the Zoom if you want. But, sorry. So, how do I do it? How do I find mentors? This is me and Bobby in the Bobby Fernandez studio, right? He's the mixing engineer for movies like Spider-Man, one of the biggest mixing engineers in Hollywood, right? So I get his contact, I contact him, and I say, hey, can I sit down and see how you mix? And he says, okay, right? Then I go there, I take notes, photos, everything, and then I go back and practice what I learned. Simple as that. If I have a chance to meet again, I'll ask follow-up questions again. Simple as that, right? You may be asking, but Mark, I'm not in Hollywood, right? I don't live in a musical hub. I don't have these contacts. How do I connect with these people, right? And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about right now. And you're going to love this because this is now easier than ever. It's so simple, and you can do it from home. You can do it online, right? And so here's how it goes. Let me just move to the browser, and it's very simple. You're gonna start on Google, and you're just going to type orchestration teacher online, composition teacher online, whatever. It's gonna show Super Proof. It's going to show Wizant, etc. Just click on one of them, and you can find the mentors here. I've got composition teachers, and you can see here a little description of each one of them with a little, how much they charge per hour. This is Super Proof. This is Wizant. So, in this case, orchestration, 75. You can see the different people here, and just look for the ones that we've got 60 here, 150, 80. Pick one that you resonate with, and that's it. Simple as that, right? And what I would say is, do this. If you are an introvert and you think, oh no, like this is just too much hassle, I'll figure it out by myself. Don't do that, right? You'll waste years and years of my experience. If you can, connections connect you to new worlds almost. Like sometimes it's going to take you forever to figure out on your own. Someone who's been there has done it already. It's gonna give you a solution, and sometimes you're gonna learn things that you didn't even know you would learn. It would just take you in a completely different direction than if you would have stayed at home trying to figure it out yourself. So don't do that. You'll waste years. Let me just show you a few examples of what a mentor can do for you. And this, again, obviously this is me here, mentoring, but it's not to show or prove whatever that I know or that I can do or that we can mentor. It's just so you see how, like, when you are hopefully you'll resonate with this. You'll see the struggle, and you'll see how easy this can be solved. So this is, just to give a little bit of context, this is Lorenzo. And he's having a problem because he's actually working on a real project, and the director tells him, I need this and that, right? And he's struggling, coming up with that emotional, musical emotional component. And I'm like, okay, this A plus B plus C, the result is what you want, and you do it like this. Let's just show you.
In terms of keywords, was emotional, melancholic, and mystery. How would you approach these words?
Maybe you can start with C minor, F major. What I've done is mixed elements from the different styles that we discussed, right? Love for the emotional, the minor for the tint of sadness or melancholy, and then the F sharp for the mystery.
I was also thinking about what would be a good instrumentation.
I'm sure we all agree that you cannot go wrong with piano and strings. Now, this is extremely generic, but sometimes it's what's needed. So when I say piano and strings, there's so much more than piano and strings. The strings is a beautiful section. It's a very textural and very dynamic and rich instrument or section if we go beyond the string sustain. And then a few weeks later, he sent us, he's like, hey, I finished the project, the music got approved. And it's just, and he sent us the result and just wanted to show it to you. You'll see how the music is different, obviously. And this answers the question that you had earlier. How can I copy? Like, he's going to copy what I said, but it's going to sound different, right? It's still going to sound me. It's going to sound him. And you can see it here. And it continues. It's anyway, it's amazing. I love it. I love this one. Let me just real quick see, because some of you, the screen is freezing. Let me just close this. Maybe this helps. Anyway, this one, I love this one. when I learned this one, and this is like a decade and a half in of me being a professional composer. When Dirk explained this, I was like, how come I don't know this? Right? And it's a very, very simple solution to the problem of the mid-low, low and subsonic frequencies and muddy area, and how to create a bigger, more solid low end in the lower part of the mix without boominess and without muddiness. It's as simple as I'll just show it.
This, for me, gives me a much more controlled low end. I have a clear indication, okay, where is my low end? And when
if you don't know what's going on, or if you're using a smaller speakers, or if you don't hear what's going on here because you're using a small headphones or whatever, he's using a synth bass to replace the strings or the low part of the double basses, essentially. And if you don't hear it, it's basically a very clean low end sound here.
When I later down the line take the strings off in that area, the synth bass is kind of the only portion of the whole track that really takes care of that area. Whereas if I were to use Metropolis arc strings, for example, naturally, due to the way the strings move, etc., and the way it's recorded with several people, they are very wobbly in the low end. It's not a defined, solid low end. There is low end, but it jumps up and down, and I want to have a little bit more control of it, so I rather take it out on the strings and have something like a synth bass take it over. Probably gonna even get rid of a little bit more of the low end. All these sub frequencies, I don't need them in the strings because I have that covered in the low bass. So that's before. So it's cleaning a lot of areas of the low mids where it sounds nasal.
Let me just go back here for 1 second.
Where it sounds nasal.
How many of you, because this was me for the longest time, how many of you are using EQ to solve problems, but not using dynamic EQ, which can be way more effective sometimes? Because with EQ you'll solve problems, but sometimes you'll kill the essence of that particular instrument or timbre, right? Like the oboe sounds too nasal, and you carve out a little bit of the mid thousands or whatever, right? And yes, the problem is gone, but now it doesn't sound like an oboe anymore. And instead of using a dynamic EQ just to kick in when it's too much, right? So problems like this, like small little things like this, will change drastically. This is another question from Fabio to Felipe. This, hey, I've got, if you have to record with an orchestra, what's the process? And Felipe explains the process of the piece that you just that we just listened earlier. Let's take a listen to this.
When you are creating a music and you know that your music gonna be recorded by your real orchestra, what is your approach?
Okay, I'm going to tell you how I composed that piece. The first thing that I did, I wrote a map of the intensity of the music. So I knew that in this point of the scene, I was going to do more music, something bigger. And
let's stop here for a second. This is good. I never used something like this, and I felt dumb when my student explained this to someone else, and I'm like, wow, this is good. Like, so it's very simple. He's using a MIDI track for nothing else, and kind of like drawing some MIDI automation for none other than just visually knowing what the music needs to be doing, when it needs to be louder, more emotional, less emotion, right? We as composers, usually we have markers. And it's like, okay, music in here, out here, here's a hit point, here's what happens, the music needs, so verbal, like text notes. And he obviously will have markers because it's very important for tempo changes, but he also has this I felt it was genius. That part where at the beginning when it's like, do you drop? like, is that really you? And he's like, bah. It's like, yeah. And you're like, it's so beautiful. It's a freaking note. It's one note, right? But for him, it's like, okay, low intensity, no emotion, and it's just one note. And then when they hug, boom, the orchestra comes in, right? You can do that with markers. It's so visual here. Anyway, I thought it was genius.
Kind of accommodate a tempo map. And I started to think on the theme. And I added one more melody out of the melody. So I developed this melody in the violins, the counter melody in the cellos, and when I repeated the theme, I inverted.
Boom.
Here are the melodies. Now I'm going to flip it. And I did some modulation so I can throw it to the grass.
So when you're like, oh, this is so good, like at the end feels so, it just feels so natural and perfect. It's like, why is that? Because he's been hiding this melody. He's presenting it, more clear, more present, more obvious over and over and over. And you're like, oh, it feels so awesome, because he was subconsciously presenting all this material to you, so then it feels natural at the end. But you don't know this unless you do an analysis or someone tells how. This is exactly the same thing that same composer, same soundtrack we were discussing earlier, John Powell, How to Train Your Dragon, and that if you're a nerd of that movie, that the test drive cue, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just go Google it or just Spotify it, test drive John Powell, right? It's an awesome cue. You're like, oh, this is so good. If you're watching the movie, the scene is amazing. The first time that Hiccup and Toothless, they are flying, they go, oh, it's so awesome. The synchronicity, everything fits together. It's like, it's so good. Why it's so good? Because he's been presenting sections of that melody, that theme, during the first 27 minutes of the movie, and now is the first time that you hear the entire theme complete. But it feels natural because it's been presenting all that musical material to you slowly. Anyway, nerd alert. Here's another. There are more. I'm not gonna show more, but just believe me. This is the. Let me show you this one.
I would suggest to use a dynamic EQ that reacts to the frequency range, like 850, 700 hertz. That range, this is the one that can be very piercing in the ear, especially with woodwinds. If you have a dynamic EQ, the cool thing is that you only tame these frequencies when they jump overboard, so to say.
Way more transparent. There are other examples, but essentially, I'm gonna show you a compilation that Fede did of some of the best ones, but hopefully this gives you an idea.
Your template has a lot of channels, and I can see EQ, saturation, compression. Like, what is your process?
I'm gonna choose one instrument, and I'm gonna see signal flow. It's here, it's going here, then it's going there. Here I've got this plugin loaded. I'll do a little bit of EQ and tape saturation, okay, but the actual mix happens right here. Some short gated reverb here, for example, a short reverb, the next one mid reverb. I add a little bit of fresh air, a little bit of Shadow Hills. Is a MacBook Pro M1, 64 gigs of RAM, enough for orchestral work. For music and running a template 300-400 tracks, no problem. I would like to know some tips on how to achieve that massive Hans Zimmer style on the strings. I would never compare the level of quality, production, and genius of something like Inception by Master Hans Zimmer. Plus, on top of that, all the production value added after his genius and his creation, obviously. After that, there's a process. There's a recording session, Alan Meyerson, there's so much. And so, obviously, we cannot compare these 20 minutes, but this would be the 20% elements that make the 80% difference. And I think they set for a good start. I would say 3 things I can demonstrate a little bit. So don't skip that step. It's the obviously you have to put the work first, but then to go to the next level, a mentor. Okay, now let's recap what have we learned so far. Okay, so first, the most important thing we've learned that you can build a studio with a pile of bricks. Just kidding. But jokes aside, this ended being part of a course because students started asking about this, because just look how beautiful everything fits. It's just anyway, just kidding. So what have we learned? We've learned that first how to learn from the source, how to find the type of music that you want to model, right? Then how to analyze these songs and extract patterns, and how to find a mentor to review to review your work and take your music to the next level, right? Do you think that this can help you learn music faster? But not just faster, more fun. Like this, does this make sense? Like contextual learning is way more efficient than traditional didactic teaching. Like modeling is just learning at another level, and apprenticeship is the way to go to the next level fast. Like simplified, see the master in action, model the master, and then refine with the master. And if you don't have access to a master for the first step, you can find the song and transcribe it, learn how it goes, and then model the style. And again, if transcribing is a problem for you, then you can use AI. Do you see how simple this is? Like sometimes we overcomplicate things. Modeling is the way. Every great composer has modeled their predecessors first. Like, do you think this can help you? Just put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that any of what we've learned today can help you become a better composer. There you go. There you go, Cristiano, Pablo, Solex, Claudia, there you go, Rene, Brian, Brown, awesome. What if I told you that I can show you one extra step that puts this system on steroids? Like I've got something else to show you. I mean, this is good enough. Like we've covered, for how long we've gone? 2 hours 30. This is good. We can call it a day. But if you want, we can go a little bit deeper if you want. Do you want me to go a little bit deeper? Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to go a little bit deeper. There you go. 1. Rene, Cristiano, Brown, Brian, Claudia, Pablo. All right, let's go. Let's do this then. Awesome. So, gonna put this over here. And we've got a program that we've been putting together that implements everything that we've discussed until now and makes it even easier and faster. Is it okay if I spend a few minutes explaining this to you? Put a 1 in the chat if that's okay with you. Rene, okay, Brian, there you go. Esteban, let's go. Esteban, like the Esteban 1. Solex, Claudia. All right, let's go. Rock and roll. Awesome. So, now, don't unplug. Pay attention to this, because what I'm about to present now is the most awesome thing you've ever seen. And it gets better and better as I go, so don't unplug. All right, so, and important, if you've got questions, post them in the chat. I'll be answering them at the end. And also, if you are on YouTube or Zoom, if you want, or Facebook, you want to join Zoom, go to cinematicComposing.com/Zoom and you can ask questions here. But what I want to introduce you is to our brand new music mastery, music composition mentorship, which is a program that has 5 completely new components. And the first one is a brand new composition course. And this is what you are going to get inside the course, or basically how this is going to work. Basically, every week we'll get together, I'll sit down and I'll do what I explained. It's like, okay, today we're going to learn how to compose in this style, right? I'll present it, I'll explain the style. Okay, the first one is going to be this one, that is easier, love, then sadness, suspense, action, adventure, hero, villain, fantasy, magic, all these styles. I'll explain one by one, week by week, and then I'll sit down and I'll, put my hands on the keyboard and I'll compose a cue from beginning to end. You'll be able to see my hands, the sequencer, everything that I'm doing, right? Then when I'm done composing, I'll export the tracks and I'll do the mixing and mastering, so you can see the mixing and mastering process as well. We'll be doing this week by week. Then you'll compose the music, we'll review. So much fun. It's better explained in this video that Fede has put together, and it goes like this. This course is going to teach you everything that you need to know from beginning to end, so you can compose music that sounds like this. Or like this. get there, you're going to need 3 things, and this is exactly what the course is going to give you. First, you need an orchestral template. I'll guide you step by step so you can build your own orchestral template, and if you already have one, we'll work on optimizing it and making it more efficient. The next step is going to be learning composition, orchestration, melody writing, counterpoint, and harmony. But here we are not going to take the traditional approach. Instead of studying each one of these areas individually, which would take a long time, we take a more practical approach. We created a series of recipes, a combination of harmony, melody, orchestration. In other words, the specific combination to recreate a given style. For example, you are going to learn the exact orchestration and what chords to use, what type of melodies, etc. for action music. Or sadness. Or suspense, or adventure, or thriller. This results in a way more effective way to learn music composition, and it's more practical and more fun. And that is the second component. The first thing is the template, the second thing is composition, and the third mandatory skill that a composer these days needs is that your music needs to have that production value to compete in today's market. So the third element is going to be mixing and mastering. You're going to learn how to mix specifically for each one of the styles that you have learned previously. And with all of this, you've got everything that you need to compose the type of music that you want. But just composing, reviewing, how does this really work and what will I learn really? Well, you learn to how to transform your musical ideas into reality, how to, we learn how music can express feelings and tell a story, build a faster workflow, overcome the technological hurdles, how to never get out of ideas, and gain structure and discipline for the art of composing. So many, this is a vast program, it's so much fun, and I'll explain this later, but you get access for lives, but you learn how to overcome the technological problems that stand in the way of you creating the music that you want to write. You feel all the kind of like MIDI knowledge, orchestration gaps, learn how to avoid unbalanced gain staging, muddy mixes, system crashes, like the feeling of being technical overwhelm. What equipment do you need? How to set it up and how to optimize your system to compose orchestral music that sounds realistic in your computer, which sample libraries you need to buy and how to use them, how to get the most out of them, step by step on how to get the most out of your sequencer, your DAW, how to gain a structure and discipline for the art of composing, transforming your musical ideas into reality, learn to compose and orchestrate music in a systematic order with solid background and background knowledge, how to develop your songs from a motif and go beyond 2 minutes, because it's easy to present like the sketch or how to do like the first 16 bars, but how to develop this into 2 minutes or 60 minutes of music for an entire soundtrack, right? Structure, we're talking structure here. How to build a faster workflow, how to never get out of ideas when you are composing, the best way to organize your ideas into a clear and efficient piece of music, how to express your ideas and feelings more easily and quicker. The tried and tested way to combine orchestral chambers that work is so important and makes such a big difference. Understanding how to create good arrangement and melodies and tell a story in different genres, like so many things. Learn how music can express feelings and tell a story. Now, who's this for? Right? Who this works for? Like, this works for people who are aspiring composers for sure, 100%. We have complete beginners who want to compose music that they feel proud of, but also this works for experienced composers. I'll show you examples later on, but experienced composers who need a system to take their music to the next level, right? Have you hit plateau? That's what I'm talking about, right? And to get more placements or get hired for bigger projects. This also works for advanced seasoned composers who want to create a body of professional work that attracts higher paying clients. Basically, it's for all levels. I'm here, I'm here to help the beginner and the seasoned. I've seen all and I've worked all the jobs. I'm here to help you reach your maximum potential as a composer. Now, many of you may be wondering, but Mark uses Cubase, right? I use Logic or DP or Pro Tools, Ableton Live, FL Studio, Studio One, whatever, right? Do I need Cubase? No, you don't need to use Cubase. You can use any other DAW of your choice. 3 things I'm gonna say. Number 1, everything that I explain is in Cubase, but it applies to any other sequencer, no problem. Second, we've got, well, I'll talk about this in a second. I'll explain this later. But also we have our own AI. We've got a software that we have trained and you just input, hey, Mark does this on Cubase. How do I do this? In drop down, boom. Logic, for example, it's like, it explains you how to do the same thing in Logic. And then there's another cool thing about, I'll explain this later. But no, you don't need Cubase. And here are some comments from students who have taken this program. This is Anthony, the one in the middle, with 2 other cinematic composing students in the Taxi Convention last year in Los Angeles. And he says, I have grown leaps and bounds as a media composer. There are ways in which this is better than a typical Masters of Music Composition for a lot less money. I couldn't recommend this program enough to composers who want to take their career to the next level. This is Teresa right here.
Completely life transforming. I mean, Mark, you came across my feed in 2019. I did your boot camp for 30 days and I couldn't keep up. I was just so lost. I didn't know where to go with the tech and all of that stuff. And then years later, something told me, I'm like, I need someone to kind of hold my hand, walk me through it. And I think I won't say a complete novice because I knew how to write music and I knew a little bit of Logic, but I was definitely at the beginning side 6 months ago. And now I feel like I have a roadmap. I know where to go. I know what to do. I know how to do it. I think I have grown as a composer. I think I'm a better writer than I ever was. And I never orchestrated before in my life. Now I feel like I can at least muddle my way through and come up with a pretty good orchestration. So the changes have just been incredible. But probably the biggest thing is I just didn't think this was even possible in my life. I thought I was too old. I live in the wrong area, that I had my time and it came and went. And I think this really proved it wrong. And I think it's possible. And so for me, just knowing that the dream could actually come true, I'm trying not to get emotional. That's been the greatest gift. So thank you for that.
Of course it is. Of course it is. And so this is the first of the 5 components. This is just the composition course. The value of this program is $19.99. It's just the value. We'll talk about this in a second. But it's completely brand new content that you can get access, that you can go at your own pace. You get access for life, as I was mentioning earlier. And you learn to compose 12 musical styles, plus mixing and mastering that we don't teach anywhere else in these styles. The 5 musical forces, not just the 3 that we talked about today, plus includes group live classes and community for support and accountability. And if you are thinking like, this is cool, Mark, but I've tried this in the past and it doesn't work for me. I need extra lessons with a private teacher that can listen to me and solve my particular problems. Then if you are this person, you're gonna love, you know where we're going, to component number 2, which is one-on-one private teaching. So this program includes the course, but also includes one-on-one private teaching. What does this mean? You'll have access to 38 one-on-one classes with your mentor, and you can choose when to schedule them. You can take as long as you want to schedule them. You know, no weekly mandatory cadence. You get that calendar. You can schedule whenever you want. It's completely private teaching, one-on-one. Bring your concerns or roadblocks or your music for review, and you'll have them solved on the spot. No waiting for others to ask questions. Direct access to the teacher. For example, I'm trying to compose in this style, but I can't get there. Help, right? Or I'm preparing to record with a live orchestra. Help. Or I'm working, we have done it all, so we can explain, we can help you out. Or I'm working on this movie and the filmmaker says something and I don't understand. Help. Right? Someone wrote this in the chat last week. I've been trying to find a good mentor, right? Since I started studying music professionally 20 years ago, It's always been institution courses, but it's so hard to find someone who says, yes, I'll personally guide you. And when you find a one-on-one teacher, they prefer to teach you with theory and the book, or not to share their knowledge and secrets. Yes, that's exactly what happens many times. This is going to be different here. Like the main thing you're going to be doing with your teacher is obviously we'll be meeting privately to review your music that you've composed during the program. But the teacher is there for you, right? The main focus again is for you to move, is to help you move forward and to overcome roadblocks when you are stuck. For example, I need help setting up this MIDI controller, or my mix sucks. I don't know why. Help, right? Or I'm scoring this as in fantasy, blah, blah, blah. And I'm trying for it to sound like fantasy, but sounds like Disney, right? What do I do? Oh, well, these are the fixes. This is the reason why this is happening. This is how to fix. Or I don't know how to set up my reverbs, my templates. Or I finished a song and I want feedback. The mentor is there for you, to support you, not to teach you their theory. Okay, so this is Julian, same photo. This is Julian right here. He's from Argentina, but he lives in the UK. And he says, the mentors brought diverse perspective and expertise. Their feedback on my music was not just about technical aspects, but also about understanding the industry and how to handle feedback actively. This is Daniel from 2 classes after Julian's, and he says, let's face it, you can spend years learning how to compose, mix, record, and use plugins, but you're still on the outside looking in. With these programs, experts' instruction, and opportunities to directly meet with industry insiders, you suddenly walk through the doors and begin learning to become a professional composer. This is Gregory, and the instructors were inspiring, constructive, and always here to help. And here's Michael Lau, the national chair of the Association of Independent Music Publishers and teacher at Berklee College of Music in Boston. And he says, Mark and the other program mentors provided a unique, nurturing educational experience that truly elevated my confidence as a composer. So these are the first 2 components. There are 3 more to go. So you get the composition course, is the new, which is completely new content that just Momentum students have had access to, and you get access to it for life. And then they've got the 38 classes with one-on-one private teaching for support on your work in progress, feedback on your finished music, or anything that you need help with when you are stuck. Now, I just wanted to point out, let's talk about this for a second. Talk about a little bit about the price point. And a while ago, someone wrote in the chat, oh, the marketing gimmick. And hey, I think the same thing when someone is making up prices to justify the final price. Not us, and you'll be surprised about the final price, very affordable. But this is not the price. This is an approximate value. But we are including approximate value on the low end of things. For example, for a one-on-one private teaching, a good teacher, you've seen it earlier, will cost you anywhere north of $150 per hour. 1 year generally is going to be 40 classes, 150, $6,000. Ours is $1,900. If you divide 19, divide into 38 classes, it's $50 an hour. That's what you are paying per class, right? My kids go to Kumon. It costs $360 a month. That's over $4,000 a year. And that's not even one-on-one. Like, and if you miss one, it's your problem. In this model, you decide when to schedule these classes. Okay, so just to explain a little bit like the value thing that you see on the right side. Now, do you think having a one-on-one mentor could help you compose in your composing journey? Put a 1 in the chat if you think having a one-on-one mentor would help you in your composing journey. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that'd be pretty awesome to have a teacher that you can meet with, with whenever you want and solve your problems and help you move forward faster. 111, yes. Oti Claudi. Pravasha, yes. Now, remember, Brian, awesome. Yes, having a one-on-one, like if you have that luxury, it's such a game changer. Now, remember this earlier question that we discussed at the beginning? Like, but Mark uses QAs, I don't. That I said 3 things, but I couldn't reveal the 3rd one. Well, for those who had this question, and for those who, every time that you have a technical problem, you go on Google, right? You search on Google and you end on a forum or watching a YouTube video that kind of talks about a similar problem, but it's not exactly the problem that you're having, and you end wasting hours of your time. Sometimes you solve it, sometimes you don't, right? You have to contact anyway. Well, if this ever happened to you, you'll be thrilled about this next component, which is one-on-one private tech support. What does this mean? Like, this means that you have 30 sessions on top of the 38 that you've got with your teacher. You also have 30 sessions with a senior, with a tech support specialist. Like, if you have any tech problem that's bothering you, or worse, if you are stuck because you can't compose because a tech problem that you can solve, don't waste your time trying to figure it out. Just like before, schedule a call, pick the time that works best for you, and you'll be meeting with Chris Peck. Chris has been a senior technical support specialist at Native Instruments for over 7 years. He's also been in tech teams for composers such as Harry Gregson Williams, Michael Giacchino, and meeting one-on-one with Chris would be literally like having him on your studio, because on Zoom we can request remote access. And if you allow, then once you accept, during that session we can remote control your computer to troubleshoot any of the problems that you are having in your sequencer, DAW, or libraries, or sampler, or whatever it is. And you can schedule a call and meet with him one-on-one to help you with any tech related issues. Here's just like Arthur says, the whole staff in this program is ready to aid you with any needs. If you are struggling with something, they'll help you until it's solved. So these are the first 3 components. You get the 38 private classes that you can schedule at your own convenience, the composition course that you have access for life, and the 30 one-on-one tech support sessions. Now again, a senior technical support specialist with more than 10 years of experience in this field. There's no way that you can have one-on-one consultation call for under $150 an hour. The value on the right hand here, again, is not the real price, it's the value that we've calculated, but again, it's on the low end. We priced at $50 an hour. 30 sessions would be $1,500. Okay, just an explanation of this number. Now, if you are like, you know what, I've done music in the past, but getting into this cinematic genre, right? Like, I've done, electronic music, or I've done rock, or heavy. This cinematic genre, it's a whole different world and a different way of thinking, right? I want to do this, but I don't know where to start. Like, even the basics of getting the template set up feel daunting to me. Like, and I lose focus, motivation. It feels like it's gonna take so much time. If you have these kind of thoughts, you'll be happy to know that the 4th component that you're going to get is my orchestral template. If you've seen me compose fast and you thought that'd be cool, like how cool would it be to have all these instruments loaded and everything set up so my music sounds good out of the box? Well, now you have it. So you have a template, so you have no excuse. This is the template. It's intuitive. It's very easy to use, powerful, pre-orchestrated patches. It's balanced, negative delay. You don't need a powerful computer. It works with any sequencer as well. And this is what you can do with it. This is the template that we provide. It sounds like this. This template includes the sketching patches as well as the string basics, orchestral enhancers with some percussion. The sketching patches are here, and the enhancers, and these are the sounds that we've used for this section. Basic strings down here, and the legato section here. And so much more, but just download it, install it, put your hands on the keyboard and start composing. It's very easy to use. So what you get is 38 private classes that you can schedule at your own convenience, the composition course that you have access for life, the 30 tech calls, and my template. But you may be thinking, this is awesome, but it's not a template problem. My problem is that I compose slow. Like, I find myself like experimenting, and it takes forever to find what I'm looking for musically. Like, I can hear this happen. I can hear the music in my head, but I don't know how to take it from my head to my jaw. Well, that's why we also include this amazing composing recipes book at your fingertips, how to compose in any of the major cinematic composing styles, what to do harmonically, melodically, orchestration, tempo, rhythm, and not just that, also the step-by-step tricks and tips to assist you in the process, especially at the beginning. And this includes so many things. Basically, just open the book, look for the style, put your hands on the keyboard, and start composing. And the coolest thing is that this is not just a PDF. Yes, you'll receive the PDF, obviously, instantly, but also what we are going to do is we are going to send you this amazing book. Where are they? There. So we are gonna, and this is just for a few people, so we don't have so many of them, but we're gonna be shipping this from LA directly to your place. It's printed and it looks beautiful, and it's so useful to have on your desk, because sometimes when we've got PDFs, we forget about them. It's an amazing book that we're going to send to your house with love from LA. So you get the 38 private classes that you can schedule at your own convenience. A value, again, on the low end of $1,900. The composition course that you have access for life. You'll see me composing from beginning to end in each one of the styles: fantasy, love, action, adventure. You'll learn harmony, orchestration, counterpoint, etc. without having to study them the old school way. You'll learn all this not boring, but sometimes challenging stuff that's so hard to get right when you're studying it separately. Now with this holistic approach, you'll get it easily and fun. Then you'll see me mixing and mastering the music, so you see how to elevate the music, to make it sound bigger, more cinematic, to sound it pro, and how to mix it in different styles, because it's different in each one of the styles. So that's the composition course. You also get the 30 tech support calls. You can schedule a call whenever works best for you, and we can remotely connect to your studio and troubleshoot the problem for you. You also get my template down here that will save you so much time. To just think about just setting up the template on your own, choosing the instruments, configuring the libraries. It takes so much time. And you also get the composing recipes book, years and years of studying scores, styles, and the scenes, all condensed in 48 pages. This is a decade of my life in 48 pages. All of this has a value of $5,797. This is the value. I'm obviously not going to charge you $5,797, but if I did charge you, let's just think about this for a second, $5,797, and all it did was saving you years and years of studying or trial and error to show you exactly how to create amazing cinematic music that you feel proud of. Would it be worth it, the price? Would that be worth it to you? Of course it would. Like if all this program was to help you create great music that got synced in major shows and trailers, would it be worth it? The $5,797. I got the BMI check yesterday. Is way over $5,000 just in royalties. The last movie that I did, Beach House Murders is the name of the movie. You can look it up. It went to Lifetime. I did that movie split with Nathan Bloom, another composer. We split 50-50. And in this quarter, BMI check, $4,000, more than $4,000 come from that movie. And that's 50%. He's got the other 50%, right? Just one movie, the royalties of one movie would more than pay for this. If all this did was help you overcome your own internal doubts, that's big, and fears about not being able to create pro quality music, would it be worth it? Like finally getting started, right? If all this did was to get your first project, what we just talked about, you go through this, you improve your music, get your demo reel, and you get your first project that way overpays what the worth of this program, would it be worth it? Of course it would. Like, if all this did was to help you create a body of professional work that attracts higher paying clients, would it be worth it? If all this did was like to getting you started with the thing that you've been postponing your entire life, would it be worth it? Of course it would. Let's just think for a second. There's people that will spend way more than that in gear, libraries, and plugins that they don't even know how to use and that they don't even need. Like the knowledge is more important than the tool. Just to put this in perspective, there have been USC students that, I'm talking about USC students that after going through USC have joined this training to increase their skills. Think about this. How crazy is this? Like they have been through USC graduates and master's students that after going through USC have joined this training to increase their skills. USC screen scoring program is $72,000 7 months, for 72 last year, 75 this year. Conservatory for me was 15 years and tens of thousands of dollars. And the result many times it's not even close to what you're going to get here. This is practical and real world skill that you can use right away. And some people is like, yeah, but college is expensive because it's college. No, well, yes, college is expensive. But no, mentoring is expensive because you've got a person with you one-on-one. Sonora, it's a 6 months program. It's a guitar 6-month program. It's $7,000. $6,000 if you renew the next 6 months. Why? Because they've got a teacher with you weekly, right? Now, when creating this program, this package, we had two options. We could do it cheap and dirty, meaning, I can explain all of this in I guess a long PDF, or I could crack a 12 hours or 20 hours video and explain everything that I've got and just price it for a few $100s. We've done it in the past. I know the statistics, the stats, just 8% of those who buy even open the course. 8% of those who buy one of these impulse buy small little course that teaches and promises you blah, 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 even open the course. There's a reason for that. 2% finish them. 8% open, 2% finish them. Why? There's no motivation. Why there's no motivation? 2 reasons. I'll explain. First, motivation, sometimes there's concept that you have to pay attention. I learned this from a friend of mine. So I was at USC. There was this friend of mine that was better than me at music, at composition, at sound, at production. It's like better than me. And I'm like, right? And it's like, I just got this competitive thing. But I was like, so, hey, like, how do you do this? Like, explaining, like, teach me, like, I want to learn from you, right? So I put my ego aside and I asked for help, something that I rarely do. And he goes like, no, I'm sorry, I don't teach, I don't explain. It's just, you're on your own. It's like, wow, please, you have to. It's like, no, I just don't like teaching. Like, okay, well. But one day I was at home at my dorm. He knocks in the door and I open the door. Like, hey, what up? And he hands me a DVD because that's 2010. So he hands me a DVD. I'm assuming that all of you know what a DVD is, right? It's like, anyway, a DVD. He hands me the DVD. It's like, what's this? And he was like, this is everything what you wanted. This is all the tricks and tips and everything that I do and how I do it and my mix and how I compose and how I think about things, blah, 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 the whole thing. I was like, oh, this is awesome. Thank you so much. Why? Like, how can I pay for this? And he goes like, just give me your wallet. And I'm like, what? Just bring me your wallet. And I'm like, what? Why? Like, bring me your wallet. It's like, okay. I go to my room. I grab my wallet. Bring with my wallet. He was like, give me your wallet. It's like, what? Give me your wallet. And I go, okay, here. And he takes my wallet, opens the wallet, gets all the money from my wallet. It wasn't a lot of money, but all the money that I had, put it in his pocket. And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? It's like, I'm teaching you a lesson. I'm like, what lesson? Do not give your wallet to a friend of yours? Like, no. I'm teaching you the lesson that sometimes you have to pay attention. Now, because you've paid with all your money, you're gonna sure watch these videos. Like, I was gonna watch them anyway. No. Now you're gonna pay way more attention. Believe me, right? And sure, I did pay more attention. That was all the remaining money that I had for the end of the month. And again, it wasn't a lot of money, but it was my money, and I needed that money. So anyway, this is one of the reasons. Not the most important though, but it's one of the big reasons. Sometimes you have to pay attention. Right, but the second reason is like the other reason why you don't pay attention is because sometimes there are no systems, there's no structure for you to pay attention and for you to keep motivated. That's why what we've created in this program like this, that's why we include things like community, coaching, right? The accountability, the support, all the content, the way it's structured, the social calls, everything, right? We had a social call the other day. It's amazing what it does, right? The challenges, the feedback on your music. So all these components keep you motivated, right? And keep you accountable and keep you continue to push forward and keep you and it challenges you to keep going, right? So we decided to make this program valuable, right? And so this program, again, after this slide, I'll share the price, which includes the 38 classes. Again, low end, the $1,900. The composition course that you have access for life. You're gonna see composing all these styles. You're gonna learn so much, a much more effective way, holistic approach, right? You also see me mix the music in different styles. Also, the 30 tech support calls, my template that will save you so much time, and the composing recipes, Decade of My Life in 48 pages. All of this value of $5,797. You can get it all for one payment of $720. Plus 2 more payments of $720 later on. And this is option number 1. But also, who would like to save $200 right now? If you prefer, you can do one payment of $19.60 and you save $200. And to enroll, you just need to go to cinematicomposing.com. See, double, if I add the cinematicomposing.com, double C here in the middle, /enroll. Double C in the middle, cinematicomposing.com/enroll, or you can scan this QR and it'll take you there. I'll show this QR a few more times, but I'm gonna move on. And if you obviously, we're not going to offer this with our cinematic composing rock solid guarantee. So if you enroll and attend a couple of classes, get your music reviewed, and you are like, I don't know, like, I don't like the experience, I don't see the progress, I don't like this, just let us know. I will refund your money. We want this to be a risk-free decision for you. So now you've got two choices, right? You can do this on your own, and it's possible. That's what we've been talking about this class. Hopefully it has bring you value, right? You can find the music, transcribe it, study it, compose, figure out the problems and roadblocks by yourself, look for a teacher that reviews your music, and you may find a mentor, yes. But most likely, they'll explain music theory, harmony, all this orchestration, the old school way. If you want our way, like speed and simplicity, plus a mentor that understands this method, this is just here. And if you like the learning framework, you also want to have a mentor that's in the same page, right? If not, you're going to find a mentor that instead of move you forward, you'll get more stuck because they'll be using the old way of teaching. If you resonate with what I taught today, what I can promise is results, simplicity, and speed. This is what you'll find here, which is the second option to move forward with the music composition mentorship. And you're going to have a framework and mentors that live and breathe this framework, which is priceless. Just think about how much time you'll save. How much would you pay to have a clear path that takes you fast to your goal, plus a mentor that understands that path? Think about how much time you're going to save and the money that you're going to get, the momentum that you're going to gain, and the confidence that you will have. So again, you've got two options. You can do it by yourself and take all the risk, or you can move forward with us with zero risk. If you choose to enroll in the program and take advantage of our experience that we have with almost a decade doing this and more than 15,000 composers, almost 16,000 composers, you have the zero risk. Even if only that's half of what I've claimed today, it'll pay for itself with the time saved and the awesome music that you'll be able to compose, not to mention the projects that you can start working on if you decide to go on this direction. So who's this for? This is for those who need more one-on-one support, those who need more help, extra support, and more personalized experience. And it's also for those who want results fast, right? For the achievers, the action takers, those who don't want to take yet another course, right? They just want to know the thing that works so they can implement them and get going, right? And they want to do it in a guided way from someone who's already done it that can compress time for them. So maybe you're a composer who want to make a career out of music, or maybe you want to improve your skills. Maybe music is your passion and your hobby. Love that, right? Or maybe you are getting back into music and after a few years break and you feel that you're a little bit rusty. How many of you have been there? I've been there, and need a little bit of help or as much help as you can get. In this case, this program is for you, and you can enroll for 3 payments of $720 or one of $1960. Just go to cinematicomposing.com/enroll or scan the QR. Now, there's just one small little problem with this program. It is the structure of this program. It's not a massive program. That's why we don't gather big rooms. This is limited to 7 people. Sorry, because again, the nature of this program. Today we won't be able to enroll more than 7 people. After 7 people enrolled, the enrolling page will close. So if you are thinking this is the right thing for you, don't delay it. And to make it easier for you, to make the decision easier for you, I'm going to make it even more attractive. There are a few more things that I'm going to be adding. This is going to get very exciting, so pay attention. Now, before I explain the next part, I need to say something. This is how many time is like 3 hours. Okay. So we are wrapping up a few things here. Now, in a moment, I'll open the chat for Q&A. So these are the 3 next things that we're going to be doing. In a second, I'll open the chat for questions, the questions that you've been putting. I'll put a timer, maybe like 20, 30, 40 minutes timer for questions. So we'll go for questions. I can answer any question that you want. And before the questions, though, right now I'm going to introduce the 4 incredibly awesome fast action bonuses that we designed to make this offer the most awesome program ever and to make the decision easier for you. The caveat, though, is these bonuses, these amazing bonuses, are available right now. Like when at the end of the questions or when the timer hits 0, the bonuses will disappear. These bonuses are available right now. Okay. So now and the bonuses will disappear at the end of this class. Okay, so this is the first the first fast action bonus. The first thing that you're going to get is this amazing cinematic composing t-shirt. Let me see if I have it here. No, I don't have it here. Oh yes, I don't have it here. But it's amazing cinematic composing t-shirt. It comes with this manifesto, and I don't have one. I usually have one here. But it's an amazing t-shirt. We'll ship it with the book to your house, and it comes with the manifesto. We've got 7 of them left. We're gonna send them from Los Angeles to your place. And this is the first component. Obviously, we can't put a price to this because it's priceless. There you go. Thank you so much. Awesome team. So this t-shirt. And here it comes with the manifesto. It's a beautiful t-shirt. You're gonna fill up a form and we're gonna send it your way. Cinematic composer with the logo here and I'm a composer. And there you go. Rock and roll. Awesome. So this is the first one. Obviously, we cannot put a price of this because of what it means when you're wearing one of these, you're one of us. So there you go. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the second mega bonus is that we're going to bump up the private classes from 38 to 60. Think about this. If you buy now for $19.60, you're going to get 60 one-on-one classes. That's $32 per class. Just if we were just counting the classes, we were not counting everything else, that would be $32 per class. Like, this is really, really cheap. And you may be like, yes, but my problem is that I don't know how to present my work to the world. Like, I see this program as as a stepping stone to my composition career. Like, I can compose music, but putting my name out there or creating a brand or even just publishing a demo reel is kind of hard to me. I don't know how to do this. Meaning, like, this is for people with this question. Is this program going to help me get projects? Like, if the program helps me get projects, the program will pay for itself, right? Like, if you are this person, then you're going to love this fast action bonus. Let me just drink a little bit. Which is, if you enroll today, during this class, you'll receive a free ticket to the Become Pro event in Los Angeles. You see, every year we do a live event in Los Angeles, in one of the biggest scoring stages in Hollywood. And the event is a transformative experience that transforms your identity from wannabe composer to pro composer. You will meet with other composers, you'll network with filmmakers, you'll get professional photos done in one of the biggest scoring stages in Hollywood, and you'll end the event with a pro composing website and a pro demo reel. That's what we do during the event. We'll guide you step by step. And it's an amazing thing. Now, if you are like, this is awesome, but I can't travel to Los Angeles, it's okay. We will stream everything on Zoom, so you can attend on Zoom as well. Again, if you've got questions, please put them in the chat. I'll be answering them in a bit. So on top of everything included in the music composition mentorship, which includes the private classes, the composition course for life, the one-on-one tech support, the 30 sessions, my template, and the composing recipes book that are gonna save you so much time. On top of that, you also get the cinematic composing t-shirt. We bump up the private one-on-one classes from 38 to 60, and a free ticket to the Become Pro Los Angeles event in one of the biggest scoring stages in the world, at the heart of Hollywood. But wait, there's one more thing. There's one last thing, and I'm super nervous about this one because we've never done anything like this. So ready for this? I think there's a way to do drum roll here. There you go. Awesome. So if you enroll into music and composition mentorship before the end of this class, you will also enter a raffle to win 2 plane tickets and a 4-day stay in Los Angeles, all paid for. 2 days to attend the event, 1 day to hang out with me in the cinematic composing offices, and 1 day for whatever else that you want. How awesome would that be? All paid for, the tickets as well as the hotel rooms. So this is everything that's included. There are so many things that they don't even fit in the slide, but you get the amazing one-on-one private classes, our exclusive new composition course with the content that has never been available other than to our Momentum students, the one-on-one private tech support. Whenever you need tech support, you're going to meet with our senior tech specialist, Chris Peck. We can connect and control remotely. The template that will save you so much time, the composition recipes book, 10 years of my life into 48 pages. And on top of this, if you enroll now, right, you also get this cinematic composing t-shirt. We bump up the class from 38 to 60, a free ticket to the Becoming Pro event in Los Angeles, one of the biggest scoring stages in the world, at the heart of Hollywood. And you will also enter raffle to win 2 plane tickets and the 4-day stay in Los Angeles, all paid for. Now, all of this has now a total value, excluding the t-shirt, of course, of $12,176, and you can get access to all of this for just one payment of $700 now and 2 more later, or one of $1,960. Just go to cinematiccomposing.com/enroll, and you can get started now and embark on this epic quest. Here's where the journey starts. In this hero's journey, you are the hero. The call? At the end of each module, I'll challenge you to compose in different styles. You'll fight many battles. These battles, metaphorically, are the different music styles that you'll learn to compose. First, you'll learn to compose love music, then sadness, suspense, action, adventure, fantasy, magic, trailer, and so many more. But no hero can complete their journey alone. So the same way that Frodo has Sam, Gandalf, and the rest of the Fellowship, you'll also have 3 powerful allies. First, an orchestral template. All the sounds that you need to start composing and create the music of your dreams. Just download it, install, put your hands on the keyboard, and start composing. Second, the composing recipes book. Metaphorically speaking, this is your map that's going to guide you to win each battle. In this book, you'll discover how to compose in each one of the styles. And third, and most importantly, your mentor, whom you'll be meeting with as many times as needed whenever you need wisdom and support. The same way that Frodo had Gandalf when he was lost, you're going to have your mentor to meet one-on-one to solve problems, roadblocks, technical challenges, or to discuss composing ideas. The cool thing about your mentor is that you can meet with them no matter if you are at the beginning, middle, or end of your journey. You can bring your music for review no matter if it's finished or halfway and you need creative advice. And if you are the type of hero who hears the call and take action immediately, we want to reward that because we are looking for action takers. If you enroll today during this class, you'll receive a free ticket to your new adventure. You see, every year we do a live event in Los Angeles. That event is a transformative experience that transforms your identity from wannabe composer to pro composer. This event is the coolest thing that we do every year. You meet with other composers, network with filmmakers, get professional photos done in one of the biggest scoring stages in Hollywood, and you'll end the event with a pro composing website with your demo reel and professional photos that make it look legit. So if you go all in today with Music Mastery Mentorship, you'll also get a free ticket for our annual Becoming Pro event in Los Angeles. You'll also get an exclusive cinematic composing t-shirt like this one that identifies you as part of this group, and you will also enter a raffle to win 2 plane tickets and a 4-day stay in Los Angeles, all paid for. So this is your free ticket to your second adventure you say yes to the first one today? Listen, every hero receives the call at some point, and there is always resistance to take action at the beginning. This in movies is known as the refusal of the call. But ultimately, the hero decides to either take the challenge, move forward, and to become the person they always dreamed to be, or they say no and they stay in the familiar status quo and always dream of what it could have been. Ultimately, you don't want to look back and think, I had the chance, but I was afraid and I didn't take action. Now, what is it going to be for you? No and staying where you are, or yes and start the adventure of your life? Join now and let's take this adventure together. The adventure of becoming the composer you dream to become. There you go. There you go. So, to get started, just go to cinematicomposing.com/enroll or scan the QR. You can see here. I'll leave it in some of these slides moving forward, but maybe at this point, you are thinking, and congratulations, Cristiano, for enrolling. If you need the password, Fatima, just share it privately to him if you want. I'll be sharing it verbally in a second for the rest of you guys. But maybe at this point you are thinking, but I'm such a beginner and I feel like this is just too advanced for me. Like there's no way, right? In this case, don't worry. Like as soon as you enroll, you can immediate access to this the Composer in a Week mini course. This is a tiny course, explains the 3 musical forces, explains the basics of music theory, and guides you step by step to compose your first super simple song. And with that, you are more than equipped to get started with music composition mentorship. Now, many of you may be thinking, but I'm just so far away, right? When I said at the beginning, it's like I didn't think, like it was not like I believed I wasn't good enough. I knew it was such, like the belief was so strong that it's like I knew that I was not good enough. If you feel like that, like I just don't believe I can do this, let me just tell you, this is just it's a false belief. And at this point, I've seen so many times people to start from zero, and in weeks they're composing their first, awesome sounding music, or like the first song, right? I see it possible, but for you, I understand that sometimes it's like, but I don't see it happening for me. Here's the best way that I can explain this to you. Did you know that if you tie a horse to a plastic chair, as crazy as it sounds, it won't move? It looks like this. Tie a horse to a plastic chair and the horse won't move. Crazy, right? Because if the horse wanted to move, the chair would fucking move, right? Wouldn't it? Well, the chair is your false belief. The chair is holding you back. And do you think the chair is making the horse miserable? Like, I bet the horse would have more fun running free, right? Well, that's what false beliefs do to us. They keep us stuck. And the crazy thing is that they are not true. You just have to move, and the chair will move. And moving in this case is taking the plunge and enrolling to the music composition mastery. Because if you are here at this point, is you want to change things. And I guarantee you there's no better way, no better vehicle than this program. Just wanted to share real quick a story. My kid plays soccer, as you can see, as I explained at the beginning, right? And soccer for the US people, football for the rest of the world. That's how we call it in Europe, in Spain, right? He's an okay player, not the best of the team. Usually they win because they've got an okay team, right? But this time, the other team had some bigger, stronger kids, and every time that Mark is his name. Very creative, I know. So every time my kid, Mark, went up the field with the ball, they would push him, right? And I was like, this is good for him, right? So but for him, he starts becoming more insecure during the game, right? And what happened is that he would go up the field, and when they approach those kids, he would just get rid of the ball. Let me just show you real quick. Let's see if I've got this clip here. Yeah. So this is my kid. So okay. So the red shoes. Venga, Marky, venga. This guy. Venga, venga, Marky. And the background voice, my wife. But anyway, so this is him. Venga, 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 venga. Corre, 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 corre. Venga, venga. See? And boom, he just backs up a little bit. This happened several times. I won't show you the whole thing, right? But, so there's a moment for water break, because there's a lot of water break here in the US. So I'm like, Mark, come here, drink some water. So I'm like, how are you? The kids are pushing me, Papa. It's like, I know. Hey, you know how Papa loves you, right? It's like, yes, Papa. It's like, okay, hey, remember, like we're here to just have fun and all that, right? Remember the movie that we watched last night, right? And he was like, Inside Out, and he was like, yes, Papa. It's like, I'm thinking like, no shit, we've watched 20 times. Like every time that we've got a new release on Disney, we watch this movie 20 times. But anyway, good movie. It's an awesome movie, love it, right? But I'm like, so what emotion do you have in your head when kids push you? It's like fear, Papa. This guy here, right? It's like, okay, don't worry, and it'll go away. Now tell me, Papa always tells you to be kind to other kids, right? Yes, Papa. And you know how Papa teaches you to have fun. It doesn't really matter if we win or lose. Yes, Papa. Now listen to me. I grab the kids from the arms. Today, Papa's gonna show you how to fucking win the game. And he looks at me like this. Hey, Papa, we don't say these words. Like, I know, sometimes we do, plus we're speaking Catalan, no one understands. Just listen to me, right? It's like when you go back in, when you have the ball, you're going to go up the field. You're going to be aggressive. If they push, you push back, right? You don't let go of the ball and you finish the play. You hear me? It's like, Papa. It's like, don't Papa me. Listen to me. I don't fucking care if you score or not. 2 F words at this point, right? Just do what Papa says, okay? Like, okay, Papa. Promise? Anchoring. Promise? Right? It's like, yes, Papa. And I'm like, this is not gonna work. But I've tried. And he goes, this is what happened. He grabs the goal and he fucking scores. I'm like, I can't believe this has worked. I couldn't believe this has worked. Like, but what was I doing? Like, I was planting a belief in his head if this was going to work. Like, the belief was like, when there's adversity, I can push through and overcome it. And the result, another belief, I can achieve the thing that I want. Or it seems impossible until it's done, but I can get there. I have to take action and I can get it done, right? I can achieve, I can accomplish, I can get the thing that I want. This is called building identity capital. It's like you want to do something to get something or to get different results, you have to adopt a new identity. Adopting a new identity is hard, but one of the fastest ways to adopt a new identity is building identity capital. Building identity capital is built through doing the thing that person would do. You do the thing and your brain goes like, oh, wow, okay, you're a little bit more like that other identity that you want to move up towards, kind of thing, right? Building identity capital is the opposite of affirming in front of the mirror. Affirming in front of the mirror doesn't work, right? Your brain will be like, I'm strong and fit. No, you are fat. Your brain will tell you if you are fat, right? Your brain will pick up the BS and no, it's not true. Identity capital, like when you do the thing, your brain goes like, oh, it's actually true, right? And boom, you start forming a new identity, and with that new identity, you start getting the things and doing the things that are in alignment with that identity. And that's what happened to him. And that's what happens when you move forward with a program like this, that you start building identity because you start doing the things that composers do, and you start seeing other people in the program, other composers getting the things that you would like to get, and you're like, if they can, so can I, right? And that's what a program like this does, right? Okay, so now there are some momentum students here, and and there are some questions. I'm gonna start answering for questions. But if there's any momentum student in the room and you want to join, but you are wondering, do I get any discount for being part of momentum? The answer is no. You don't get any discount. We're gonna bump up. We're gonna add 10 extra private one-on-one classes for you. But just think about this. We can't give any discount at this price. Think about this. Like look at how many expenses to put together a program like this, right? The private classes and all the private one-on-one tech support, all this support, plus the shipping, printing, t-shirt, and the book, plus those who enroll now, the event. Like, can you imagine how much costs to rent a studio like this? This is this is a separate event that people pay for. You're getting it for free if you enroll now. I would say please enroll tomorrow. Don't get the bonuses and you'll save us a lot of money, right? I'm just kidding. But not to mention like the plane tickets and the hotel bonuses and all these things. Like for 3 payments of $720, like we barely break even if things go well. We're doing this for you. We're doing this as a gift for you so you can transform your life and become the composer that you want to become and write the music that you want and enjoy the process and look back at your music and feel proud and later on maybe get some sings and some gigs and maybe start working on some projects. That's what all of this is about. Anyway, let's go for questions. So we'll do questions. I'll add the cut down. We'll be sharing this halfway through the questions. So here are the questions that I think to add the cut. There you go. Now let's do, I guess, 40. Let's see. Okay, play. Okay, so questions. And the team has been putting the questions here. Okay, so what is the success rate of those who have got a gig worth over $1,000 after taking the mentorship? That's a great question. I'm going to be answering these questions a little bit. Team, please, if you can add some examples and photos and testimonials and examples of students who have gotten gigs of this size, I'll be answering. But just give us the team just like a few minutes. I'll be answering this later on. Okay, it's 16 gigs of RAM on a Mac Mini M2 enough? Yes. Yes, these computers are super powerful and the RAM management of silicon chips like the M2 is way more efficient than all the school type of RAM. With new Macs M1, M2, M3, M4, etc. RAM, it's more like, it's not the RAM amount, it's RAM pressure. Basically, it's if you need more space in RAM, then the computer is going to start offloading RAM into the fast SSD drives, and you can. It's just it's very, very efficient. Obviously, 32 is better, 64 is better, but you can get started with 16, no problem. Okay, when does the program start? If I have to wait until January to start, is the program and extras still the same? No, the extras are now. The program, the core of the program is going to be the same. It's not going to change. What I would recommend is to, if you're interested, get this bundle now, get these extras now, get these bonuses now, get the deal now, and then you can start the program whenever you want. You can start in January, you can start in March, you can get started on December, and then continue in February if you want. This program is different than other programs. For example, Momentum was like, we start in July. We end at the end of the year. When we start, go, because it's going to be intense, right? That's different. This program is a completely different approach. All right? The program is designed so you can go at your own pace. I'll explain a little bit more later, maybe, but it's for those, it's for part-time composers, it's for busy people with kids, with family that have that maybe have your day job and you're doing this in the evenings or in the mornings, right? It's also designed for those who have all the time they want, and so you can get as much use from this program as possible. But you decide. It's the infrastructure, what we've created is so you can go at your own pace, okay? But I would recommend get the deal now, get started when you want. But lock the price now, because again, well, I haven't said this, but this is, well, our goal was to launch this program and do a few of these classes and enroll the first 40 people or so, right? We are enrolling the last 7 today. Then this program will go up in price. This is the first, we don't officially say this, but then the program is going to go up in price. The price for this program is for the first group of people, for the action takers, for people like you that want to take advantage of this offer as we are launching it at this price. Cool, awesome. And we love working with the early adopters because they are by far the most fun to work with and the action takers. Okay. Okay, how not to get stuck on things you can copy or also to move from the Temp track. We've answered this question earlier, so I'm going to move on to the next one. Is the B Pro ticket an event where everyone gets their score music played and recorded by a real orchestra? That's a great question. No, and sometimes this creates confusion because we have another event where we record with orchestra, but no, this is not this. This is the focus of the B Pro. B Pro stands for Becoming Pro, and what we do is during the program, we every week by week, we're composing whenever you've got, and then I show you how to compose, and you model, you compose, and you meet one-on-one with the teacher, they review your music, and then there are way more things obviously, but then this cadence repeats and repeats at your own pace, and at some point you've got 6, 8, 10, 12, whatever tracks that you are proud of that are going to be your demo reel. But the demo reel, we're going to build it during the Become Pro event, right? And we'll start with it will We're going to have classes on the art of creating a demo reel, how to stack the tracks, how to the right order, the length. Do we need to have the entire track or just parts of the tracks? So all the things. Then taking your bio, professional photos that we're going to take there, so you can have. So at the end of the event, you end with a professional website and demo reel. That's what we're going to be doing during the event, or the core of the event. We're going to be doing more things, but that's the core of the event, but not recording with a live orchestra. Okay, so not to the recording with a live orchestra. Do I need to use Cubase? Yes, you have to use Cubase, otherwise you cannot join this program. I'm just kidding. We clarified this earlier. Now you don't need to use Cubase. You can use any other sequencer, and you've got support in that regard. I'm afraid of being judged for not knowing music theory. That's why I never seek for mentorship. I'm afraid of being judged for not knowing music theory. That's why I never seeked for mentorship. Well, what can I say? This is something that's never going to happen here. It doesn't make any sense to me. But we are here. I think that one of the most beautiful things, isn't it? Let me know if you share this. But one of the most beautiful things is to see people grow. Is to see people grow. To see people overcome fears, to get people get over roadblocks, to just the growth, and seeing them being able to compose music that they weren't able to compose before, seeing them being able to produce and create music sonically at a level that they weren't able to create before. That's freaking awesome. And one of the most beautiful things is at the very beginning, at the early stages. One of the most beautiful things to see people getting started. That's the hardest part. When you've been doing this for weeks, right, it's just progress. But getting started, it's hard. And when you see someone overcome whatever it is that stopped them from starting and actually starting, it's the most beautiful thing ever. So beginners are very much welcomed here. In fact, it's what we are good at. Now, I don't have my keyboard interface or headset yet. If I join, can I get the equipment later? Yes, you can buy the equipment later. And in fact, that's what I would recommend. That's the best way to go. You get access to the group and you can ask your teachers and peers what's the best equipment for you. Just buy the equipment then. And later, if you are setting up your studio, if you have any tech problems or want assistance, you can meet with Chris for help. Obviously, we have the step-by-step so you can follow along, but you can also schedule the tech support questions. How long last the one-on-one sessions? So initially, the way we've set it up is in blocks of 30 minutes, because reality is that most of the times you don't need more. Like when I met with my teacher in the past, it was not to debate for hours. It was to review my music and I get direct feedback. Or if I had questions, a teacher who's a pro, is the expert, will give me to the point answer. That's what I want, not hours of conversation. Like even if I had multiple questions, it would not take more than 30 minutes. But if we did 1 hour blocks, most of the times part of the block would be wasted. So for efficiency, we organize it in blocks of 30 minutes. But if you need more, you can go for longer or just schedule more blocks. Okay? Okay, do this course ever expire? No. You have access to this content for life. For the one-on-one sessions, you can take them at your own pace, meaning whenever you want. There's no time limit. Yes, there's 38 or 60, but there's no time limit. You can schedule them whenever you want. For the content, you have access for life. For the replays, same thing. You have access for life. And you have also access for life for the community and everything else that happens in the group that gets recorded. You can watch the replays for life. Okay. Do you think this course makes sense for someone who's not necessarily interested in orchestrated music? Like I'm a pop rock artist on the side, and my goal is to land in the projects with directors looking for either orchestrated or not orchestrated music. Can we work on not necessarily orchestrated music as the 12 projects? Yes, 100%. And yes, this is interesting for you as well, because if you want to work on movies, what we're going to be learning here is the art of storytelling with music. And so that'll apply for you very well. Is there something in particular for those who are already part of Momentum? We've answered this already. Can Momentum, so many Momentum questions. How can Momentum students imagine taking only the mentoring part? Yes, 100%. That's a very good way of looking at it. Are the one-on-one classes, when are the one-on-one classes do we get replaced? Oh, So here's how it works. Let me see if this link works. Yes. Give me just one sec. So this is how it looks internally. See, this is the group. There's all the people commenting and having fun here, interacting. You can chat directly with the teachers, right? You've got here the classes. Here in the events section, here's the classes. But going back to discussion, here's where you schedule the one-on-one class, and here's where you schedule the tech support. Both are the same. Now we're just gonna click here. You're gonna see a calendar. See, just click on the day that works for you. Select the time that works for you, and then select. Just input all the information. I need help with this. Rock and roll, and then you just click schedule meeting, and you're ready to go. And that is how it works. And let me know, and just give me just 1 second because I messed up here. Oh no, it's working. Great. But it did. It's okay. I'll continue like this. But more questions. Hopefully this answers the question. Does this course talk about how to connect all the hardware and how to install the plugins and the effects and everything? Yes, it does, step by step. But again, if you also have access to tech support, and if you need more, just schedule a call. But yes, 100%, it covers this in the very first modules. I don't have too much time. How is the intensity of the program? The intensity of the program is, you need at least 23 hours a day if you want to do the program like this. No, I'm just kidding. This was in the past. Now we are normal people. Now, this is again intensity. I don't want to repeat the same thing. Respect for those who, but no, you can go at your own pace. You can schedule the class when you want it. You can watch the content at your own pace. You can show at your own pace. Who will be the mentor for the one-on-one teaching? You're gonna start with Felipe Moreno, the same person that you've seen earlier. If the program would grow and we needed more mentors, we would bring more mentors. What are the 3 tips that you would give to a composer who is stuck with continuing their composition? I would say study scores, practice outside of your comfort zone, get a mentor. Why? That's what we explained earlier. Study scores or analyze music. That's the best way. Then practice outside of your comfort zone. But the studying scores will make you practice outside of your comfort zone. But that at some point you're gonna hit a limit, and you're gonna feel stuck, and like you hit plateau for a while. That's when you need to get a mentor to go to the next level. Okay, this is coming. A few more questions, and I'll share the password. What is included in the one-on-one private teaching? What's included? Well, you'll have access to the 38 or 60 private one-on-one classes with your mentor, and you choose when to schedule them. You can take as long as you need, no weekly mandatory cadence. It's completely private teaching, one-on-one. Bring your concerns, no waiting time for others to ask their questions. So it's just completely private one-on-one, you and the mentor, and you're gonna be working on whatever you need. Whatever you need. If you need your music reviewed, it's gonna be most of the time it's gonna be reviewing your music, your finished music, or your work in progress music. But you can also meet with them to solve any other problems that you've got, the tech or not related, mixing or composing, whatever it is. Right? The mentor is there for you, to support you, not to teach their theory, as we were discussing earlier. And all the other classes will be all of the classes will be recorded and sent to you later privately, so you can have access to these replays as well, because that's super important. Like in the past, like I remember USC, there's so many things that I learned, but so many things I forgot as well, because none of that got recorded. Everything here gets recorded. So you have your private tech support specialist, so you can meet with you also. So on the one-on-one, you've got a teacher plus the tech support specialist that you can meet one-on-one as well. And for tech support, you can again control your computer remotely if you want to, so we can solve the problem. And that's it. Hopefully, again, Chris Peck has worked with Michael Giacchino, Harry Gregson Williams, senior tech support, especially with native instruments and so much more. And all of these also will get recorded so you can watch them later. Hopefully this answers this question. Okay, so how much is it for only the 38 lessons, the tech support, and the online course? How much is for the 38 lessons? The 38 private lessons, the 38 private one-on-one classes, the tech support, and the online course is $19.60. The event, the trip to LA, the t-shirt, and the bumping up the 38 classes to 60, all those bonuses are just for early adopters, for those who enroll now, for action takers who enroll now. This is sort of bonuses. It's not part of the bundle initially, but we are including it for those who jump in now. Then there's the book and the template that you haven't mentioned, but that doesn't make a big difference. The 38 private classes and the course, along with the tech support, is the core of the offer. That's what costs $19.60. Would I need to purchase all the plugins the template uses to use in my... No, the sounds and plugins come with the template. The plugins are going to be stock plugins that you have in your sequencer, and the sounds are included. So what genres, styles, moods should be on a demo reel? How long should demo reel be? Should we seek out an agent or go direct to director or music supervisor? Where to find films that you can audition for? I said one question. You were allowed to ask one question. You asked me five. No, just kidding. So okay, one by one. What genre, styles, moods should be on the demo reel? It depends. Let's just go here. It depends on the demo reel. Is it a specific demo reel? Is it a generic demo reel? If it's a specific demo reel that you're demoing for a specific project because the manager called you, just like, hey, this project, just demo, or the agent calls, or you know about the project and you contact the producer company and they're like, yes, I would love to hear your music, and then you send music, then it's gonna be specific. Right? So for example, if a thriller music or a thriller movie or whatever, right? You're gonna be sending tension, action with intensity, underground type of music, right? This type of background type of pulsing music. Sorry, underscore. So that's what you'll be sending. If it's a generic demo reel, then you'll be sending your voice. Basically, you're gonna send a little bit of what you can do, of everything that you can do. How long should the demo reel be? It depends, but generally it doesn't need to be long. It can be 6-8 minutes to 12-14 minutes. Sometimes it can be longer, but sometimes short and sweet works. 4-6-8 minutes of music, it's more than enough. Should we seek out an agent or go directly to director or music supervisor? It depends on your level. Initially I would say no. You do not need an agent, especially so when you start entering the studio system level, Warner, Sony, etc., then yes, Disney, then yes, you will need an agent. But you don't find an agent, they find you. You don't call an agent. The agent will call you when the moment is right. When is the moment right? When you make enough money so their cut makes sense to them, right? So if you are doing $1,000 projects, $2,000 projects, they're 20% or whatever, right? It's not gonna make sense, for them to put the work. When you are at 50, 150, and 150K type of projects, then it makes sense for them to put the work to get you projects. Hopefully that makes sense. And it's not good or bad. It's just this is the business. That's the way it is. So, but you don't need an agent at the beginning. And the fact, if you are doing like TV stuff, TV movies, things like this, you do not want to have an agent, because if the agent gets involved, you're gonna lose the project, because the director, the producer wants to speak directly with you, right? If the agent gets involved, they'll try to get more money for you, and then you're gonna lose the project, because this type of projects don't have more money. It's just the way it is. So where to find films that you can audition to? So this is very simple. We talk about this in the course, but I'll short quick little thing. So you can go to so I would start with Mandy.com. Just go to Mandy.com and you'll see job posts. Look for music and you'll find job posts. This is the easiest one, but obviously because it's so easy, there's gonna be more people applying. Option number 2 would be going to databases, right? I would start with the easiest, cheaper one, IMDb Pro, right? It's a public database, and then just go look for the movie. Look for like filter by filter by type of movie and movie meter, right? And find the ones in your range. Look for a composer that you admire and see what was the movie the first movie they did, and what was the movie meter back then. Anyway, basically filter the type of movie that you want to like to work on, and then just click on the movie, find the contact them, send them an email with your demo reel. That's it. You don't need to send video material. You don't need to show them how you can score a video, score a scene. Just send them your music. Cool, awesome. Hopefully this answers some of these questions. 20 minutes. Does the course include help with the business side of things? Yes, of course, 100%. I'll develop a little bit more later on, but yes. I'll explain. from obviously how to find projects, what we just discussed, obviously way more in detail, to also like real world, like how once you found the project, right, how to interact with directors, with producers in the scoring stage, all these things. Also, as you are trying to get projects, how to write an email, like communication. We talk about these things as well. How to write an email, to reach out, cold email, how to follow up, all these things. So yes, absolutely. How to, then when you've gotten the project, contracts, contract negotiation, all these things we discuss in the course. Can we book slots for one-on-one mentoring during the weekend? Most of the times, yes, you can. We try to provide with as much flexibility for the hobby composer, the pro composer, and the part-time composer who has a day job, family, and other responsibilities. So we try to make it as flexible as possible. Is it possible to enroll only in the composition course for starters without mentoring? Not at the moment, because this version of the course has no spots left. But if you want, go to the chat, look for CC teams, double C team, and you'll find Fede, Fatima, Esteban, and ask them. And I think there are no spots. There's no such thing like just the composition courses for now, because there are no spots. But contact with them and see if there are any spots open. There you go. Can we model classical music for its dynamic contrast and articulations in this course? Yes, in fact, I've recommended that we actually do this often, and inside the course you'll see some of this as well. The cool thing about modeling classical music is a little bit more demanding sometimes for sample libraries, and you'll learn to get the most out of your sample library. So awesome. Can you create a time-efficient course tailored for experienced composers who already have industry experience? Great question. This is the course, and I'll tell a story. Jose Cancela, let me see if I... Let me see. How do we go there? There you go. So if we go Jose Cancela IMDb, there you go. So this is Jose Cancela. And Jose, so these are his credits. I'm going to open a little bit more. So it's going so slow. There you go. These are his credits. So starting 2024, 23... all these projects, 22, 21, 19, 18, 17. Jose Cancela lives here in Santa Monica in Los Angeles. He's worked in remote control with Hans Zimmer. He's done a lot, as you can see. He took a program like this one. So this will work for you as well. Experienced composers who already have industry experience. Cool. Do we need to buy Museo membership or a license? No, when you enroll, you get 3 months for free. There you go. And I would say, even though you get 3 months for free, in Black Friday, they've got some amazing offers, so maybe you want to take advantage of this. Does the template work in Logic? No. If you're a Logic user, you're fine. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, the template, again, template works with any sequencer. We've designed it so it works with any sequencer. Cool. Do we need Cubase, or we can use any DAW? We said this. You can use any sequencer. Do you also help to find work after completing the course? The same question that we had earlier. The answer is yes, yes, and yes. And on top of that, there's the LA event, which is what we... what the event is about. But yeah, there's plenty of support on finding work. I'll explain how. Oh, there you go. Here are the examples. Awesome. You know what? Let's so I'll be sharing some of the student success in finding work and working on projects over $1,000. But first, I'm going to share the password with you guys. So the password is Music Mastery. Music Mastery with Y, not mastering, not ing. Music Mastery 123. Okay, so Music Mastery 123. Not Music Master ing, not ending with ing. Music Mastery 123, no spaces. Okay, Music Mastery 123. Okay, moving on. So there you go. So this is our some examples. I'm going to read some of the examples. So this is Tom Kovacs. It's a couple of years ago, but Tom Kovacs, exciting news, friends. Hard to find the words. I'm beyond thrilled to announce that I have officially joined the world of Disney. by signing a contract with the Walt Disney Company for one of their projects. It's a dream come true to be part of such an iconic brand. And you've seen Tom, if you in some of the videos that I shared earlier, he was in some of the videos. Matthew Fisher, you've seen this earlier. Natalie Bonin. So Matthew Fisher, look at these placements, like Frozen to Onward, the Howard's Legacy trailer. Natalie Bonin. Here are some of the movies that she has done. This is Medha I showed earlier. Some of the documentaries he's done. Life is Funny. Blah 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 blah. So I'm happy to share that my love cue. So the music that he composed for the program got snapped today, and this is the official music for the baseball playoffs teaser airing tomorrow midnight on Fox. And here's a screen capture of Fox and the all of this. This is so. This is the next one. Edward. So Edward Dabrowski. And he speaks to me. He's like, hey, I got this project. Like, what? Yes, I signed a pilot for a TV series. 5,000 euros, all media, around 40 minutes of music. Awesome. And then a little bit later, he tells me, so I got the pilot, and I signed for an artist independent movie with around $1 million budget, and that aiming for Berlin and Cannes. So $1 million budget for the movie. For music, generally is 1%, so that could be like $10,000. This is Edward again. A few years later. This was June this year, and he was like landing in LA today with a movie that has been selected in a festival here. And we had we couldn't meet finally. We were trying to meet, but I'm writing musicals for theater, film, classical music, concerts, conducting a lot. My career is going where I want. So there you go. More of Edward. Here's Emilia. We talked about Emilia earlier with that children animation movie. Oh, this is Pablo. So Pablo, smaller project at the beginning, right? Just started working with 2 production music companies. And then 3 months later, June, September, I finally got the movie. So I started writing emails, eventually got some emails to movies, and then finally got his first movie. And first movie, the lowest is going to be like $5,000, something like this, $7,000. Scott Reed was in a class like this, and he was in the Facebook feed and the stream, and he is like, hey, I thought maybe you might like to know that I recently finished a short called The Bus Stop that's now doing the festival circuit. I don't know about how much he got paid for this one. I don't know if it's more than $1,000, but there you go. Here's Tom. I got response for a second library to make 2 albums for them. I'm flying and terrified by the amount of work that's ahead of me right now. And then comments from the from your peers. For example, in this case, Pocholo for a short film, a horror short film that they recently scored, and then all the support from your classmates. And David Thieves, well, this is here's Maki, and composing for a theater play. Another one, David, that commented earlier below. It's like this is a cool one. I submitted my suspense and tension cues from the program to the Emmy Award-winning Crime Sonics library, and he got in, and it is awesome. Like the guy who runs, like Dean, the guy who runs this is a 17 Emmy Award-winning composer, right? So amazing. Sorry, going back. Then, oh no. So this David again, animation movie job. He got another one. Then Luca Nicotra, 3 paid gigs with Alegria Concerti. This is so awesome. This is a company that arranges video game music for concerts, and they hired Luca to orchestrate music for them. Chris McMurthy, first paid film score gig. I don't know how much he got paid, but anyway, so more and more. Danielle, a score and a win. Eric Sierka, first IMDb credit. So there's a lot. There's so much more. Corey, hey Mark, since leaving the program, I've gotten $7,000 worth of composing work. That's a few months, okay? And I just landed my largest project yet. This one project will be anywhere from 4,000 to 7,500 by the end we finished. So here you go. Yes, there are lots. This story is a little bit longer, but I'm not going to share everything. I'm gonna move forward. So this is really great value. It's a comment from someone. Okay, it's a really great value. A question. for the money, and I appreciate all the time and dedication put into presenting the course and continuing to teach us. You're welcome. Thank you so much, Mark, and team. If this leads to a career, it will definitely pay off 1,000 times over. 3 gigs of the size of your first one would already do the job. Exactly. I wish time and resources would allow me to drop everything and switch over to composing. I'm sure several others feel the same. I agree. Time and money are usually the first two things that stop us from taking action. Just know that the dream is possible. 100%. We take you from beginning till the very end in Los Angeles, setting up your demo reel and website and taking pro photos of you and the scoring stage and making you look like a pro, which you are, if you have the skill and you've gained the skill during the program. And if time is a problem, don't worry, because you can go at your own pace and you can take for life whatever you need, right? But don't worry, we have the tools to make you want to spend more time. So we've got the accountability tools to, in a way that makes you feel good, want to spend more times. But if the money is the other problem, just know that we offer Klarna and a firm PayPal credit. So there are options to split payments in smaller amounts. Also, one of the most common things other composers have done to join programs like this is to put this on a credit card. Let's just calculate real quick. Let me just, let's go here. Yeah. Credit card minimum payment calculator. Let's go here. Okay. So let's make this bigger. 1960. Your minimum payment will be $49. So you can split that. Obviously, let me just calculate real quick. Obviously, you will be paying more in interests, right? But if you wanted to pay the minimum amount, if you can pay $49 a month, then if you put it on a credit card, you could access a program like this. Okay. There you go. So let's go back here. Okay. So let's continue. Is it possible to divide payments more to make it easier? With our financing, $720 is the max that we can do. If you want to split it with more payments, you can use some of the in the checkout. You'll see the suggest if you go to cinematicomposing.com/enroll or scan the QR in the checkout, you will see the different split payment options or financing options. I should say. Okay, so that's it. Look, I think we're done with questions. We've got 8 minutes left. I just wanted to use these 8 minutes to say something before the bonuses disappear. Like at this point, if you're here, it's because deep within you, you want to do this. And the reason why you haven't moved forward is either because of logic or fear. If you can find a big enough logical reason to move forward, here's one. There's no risk involved in this decision. The only thing that you need to do is go to cinematicomposing.com/enroll and enroll now. We start on Monday, tomorrow, and after a few days, if you don't like it, if you've done a few assignments, if you've got your music reviewed and you're like, this is not helping, just ask for a refund. There's no risk, right? There's nothing to lose. So just go ahead and enroll now. And if you haven't moved forward because you are afraid, it's not a money thing, you're afraid, think about this. There's nothing to be afraid about. There's nothing to lose because there's money back guarantee. That's the first thing. And you're afraid, and if you are afraid that it's not going to work for you, there's nothing to worry about. We've got all the support that you need to succeed. But if you enroll and you do everything that you say, that you do everything that I say, and if you don't still succeed, then I'll sit down with you personally and we'll figure it out. Don't be afraid. We've got you covered, okay? So just go to cinematicomposing.com/enroll and enroll now, all right? And with that, that's it. I just wanted to say, first of all, to those who joined, welcome. and we're super excited to start working with you. To those who didn't join, that's fine. You're still part of our community, and I hope to see you guys in the next class. I most importantly wanted to appreciate your time. Your time is the biggest asset that you've got, and to me it means a lot that you've shared this time with us. I also wanted to say thank you to the cinematic composing team that's been here today. All of this would not be possible without them. Ali Carrasco, co-founder and COO, Esteban Bravo in customer support, Chris Peck, tech support, Fatima, executive assistant and operations. We've got Fede Vega and Julian Ardila in video editing, and we've got Felipe. It's going to be your mentor. And other than that, once again, thank you so much for being here. I hope that you got some value. Have an amazing rest of the weekend and of Sunday, and have an amazing week. Have a great one, everyone. Talk soon. Bye-bye.